Hello, everyone. I am sure you guys have seen the topic already. I mean, this is one that a lot of us are talking about at this moment. I've just been kind of watching it closely and trying to make it make sense because when someone hears something, they just take it and run with it. Oh my gosh, he's lost. Oh my gosh, so suicidal. Whatever they hear, they just run with it. I sat down, looked through multiple things. Hi, Evelyn. How are you? And I want to look through some things with you guys so we can make it make sense, as I always say. So I'm going to go ahead and look at her Instagram. Not her whole entire Instagram, but from the day I think she probably left. And I see a lot of her posts are in Venice, Florida. So we'll start around there. Hopefully you're doing really, really great. What part of the world are you in? I know I said I'm going to keep track of where everyone's at, but it's just a lot of you guys, and it's interesting to see, how we all feel about certain situations. And this one has got a lot of attention, and I wish it were to have gotten much more attention sooner. And I think we probably could have gotten somewhere quicker. Because with this one, I feel like it could be solved very easily. I mean, the one person we need to speak isn't speaking, and I don't blame him. Oh, I have my tea. We'll see. Evelyn. Philly. All right. Philly. So it's about 6, 7, 8, 9-ish over there, maybe. I could be wrong. So I did want to listen to a few things and hear from the sister. I wanted to put everything together so we can take notes, make it make sense. I know there's 2 alleged witnesses. So I want to listen to both of their statements with you guys, and let's write some differences and some similarities. Okay, yeah, so about 9/11. All right, I was good. I did good. This story is crazy. I do not know what to think. Hold on, let me click on it. I do not know what to think. But now he's missing, something's up. And we're going to talk about that. I don't think he's missing. I think they're using their wording to their benefit. He told his parents where he was going before he left. We know that both Brian and Gabby were, they could live off the grid, or, they were comfortable with that type of lifestyle. So we're also going to look at the area where he said that he told his parents that he was going. And I believe that he told him he was going there, and now Brian is in the chat. Hey, Brian, how are you? So, anyway, I'm going to continue what I'm saying. So I don't believe that, he's truly gone missing. And if he is, I believe that his parents feel that, I know I'm hearing suicide and things like that. So possibly they feel that, where he said he was going, maybe something could have happened, because that was Tuesday, and people are asking, well, why just now say something Friday? Well, I mean, it's their son. They would know him best. And they probably didn't feel like, they needed to tell them. He probably needed time to Come on now, guys. You got people yelling in front of your house. You have said nothing. No one knows what happened but you. So it could be stressful. He told his parents, hey, I'll be back. I just need some time to breathe. Evelyn, me too. I definitely think his parents knows where he is. They said he was going to here. Let me share this with you. This is where they said, and this is where they're looking right now for him. So let me share my screen really quickly. Hi, Miranda. How are you? So I'm going to share my screen with you. That way you can see. This is where they're saying that he said he was going. Let me add it to the stream. So this is the area. They said he was going to the reservoir. And so as you can see, they have cops out there and they've been doing searches. They have, those all rather terrain type vehicles. They're doing side-by-sides. This is Sarasota County, Florida. The department tweeted shortly after 10:30 a.m. Saturday. Can you guys hear me? If you guys can hear me, please go ahead and toss a 1 in there, or just, toss a 1. Where are we? Saturday, that multi-agencies search effort is underway at Carlton Reserve, which is in Sarasota County. And so this, look, 24,565 acres. So this is a big area. And his family says they believe he entered the area earlier this week. So they're trying to track down the time on Tuesday when he said that he was going to this area. I believe it's to blow some steam off. Everybody's accusing him for something that he said nothing about. So, okay, so you can hear great. Hi, Tube Crime. How are you? Hey, Jeanette. So here is one of the tweets that was put out as well. The Northport Police Department, FBI, and agency partners are currently conducting a search of a vast area, which is on the Carlton Reservoir for Brian Laundrie. His family says they believe that he's entered this area, and some more details will be, looked at. So that's why I wanted to look a little bit more into this and don't just go by, oh, he's missing. No, he's not missing. He told his parents where he was going and he hasn't been back. I guess they're looking for him. We do not know if he has more communication than they've said, but I'm sure the police are looking into that. So this is what it says about their trip. The pair had been documenting their road trip on social media, including their YouTube channel. Let me see if I click that, what happens. Okay, so yeah, this is it, van life. That's what it's called right here. Nomadic.
GABBY PETITO never goes outside.
Take a look at that a little bit in a second. So that is their YouTube that they were shooting for. Oh, yeah, this is so sad. And it only had a single video upload. Uh-oh, it moved. Where'd it go? Okay, single video upload on August 19th. That's another date I need to write down. August 19th. Because that could be key. So far we know this. So far, this is what we know. So let's go ahead and stop that really quickly. So we know that they left around July 2nd to set off on their trip. Then August 12th is when they had an interaction with the cops, possibly a domestic violence situation. They noticed that he was pretty scratched up. She was obviously in distress and upset. And then now looking at that, it says on the 19th was their first video upload onto YouTube. And so that's a little bit of information I didn't quite catch. Wait, where's my, and then on the 25th is when it's said to be, you know, either she contacted her parents, maybe there was a text message, but there was some type of communication with Gabby. On the 29th is when we hear about, we're going to look at it as well, a hiker. Miranda said she came along this hiker in an area where there were showers and things like that. And we'll get into that as more. He offered her $200 to set off, you know, to Jackson. And I believe that he probably got a little bit confused on that. That was on the 29th. And then we have the new witness that said he's seen him on the 26th. So we're going to try to fit all that into there. On the 1st, he was said to get back to Florida, but they did not report her missing until the 11th. Now, I've seen some articles, and we're going to go through the ones I have here. It said that his parents were the one that reported her missing, but in the beginning, I seen that it was her parents that went missing. So, I mean, that reported her missing. So let's see. Brandon H says, if the roles were reversed and Gabby fled after being abused by Brian, she would be called stunning and brave. True. See, we don't know what happened, Brian. That is very true. Wow, she left him after the abuse, because just from what we know on the outside, from the video, it looked as he was the one, you know, being attacked. It could have also well have been from her protecting herself. We don't know. But you are right. There are many ways to look at this. Tube Crime says, clout chasing. That would be the best outcome here. But I fear the worst for Gabby. Yes, I hear a lot of people saying, and that's why I did it in my thumbnail, oh no, this is to get their YouTube up and going, and it just got too far. And yes, that would probably piss a lot of people off, but it would be a better outcome than, you know, what could happen. Evelyn agrees as well. Let's see, Miranda. Why did he not speak to law enforcement? Now, Miranda, if I was him, I wouldn't either. It looks really, really bad. And let's say that they were doing this for their YouTube channel, okay? Or for whatever they were trying to get off and going. And then they didn't realize it was going to get this much attention. Now he's like, oh, I got to be quiet, or I can get in trouble, you know? Or who knows? He could have been being hit by her and he lost it. I hear allegedly that he was bipolar and supposedly she had OCD. That doesn't mean anything, but he could have snapped. We do not know. So if his parents did the right thing, even though I know it sucks and I hate it too because I want him to speak, but we don't know what happened, and it could be in his best interest and not hers for him just not to speak. So I get it. Not speaking makes it look like it's not gonna turn out good for us. Hi, Sam. How are you? Sadly, I don't believe she is alive and Brian is on the run. His dad may have assisted or aided and abetted. I believe yes, because if he came back on the 1st, okay, and through other things that I was looking up, the last time that it was believed that they actually were speaking to her was on the 25th, yet still they were receiving text messages and things that didn't quite seem like her. And so we don't know if something could have happened then. She could have met her, demise then. And it was said that all he had was a backpack and a tarp. And how can he just only have that? But he's been camping for a long time. We don't know if he got rid of her on the way back somewhere. We don't know when the cell phone, came up missing. We don't need the cell phone for things like pings and things like that. All they need is the phone number. But evidence of maybe a recording or something like that, it would help to have the device. So it's just so much right now. She's so gorgeous, just so beautiful. Tube Crime says, because he has the right to remain silent, but any one of us know that's strange. Yes. I do anything and everything to get a loved one back, to include cooperation with law enforcement. Yes, very right. Tube Crime. I mean, yes, if this is supposed to be your fiance, and I always say this, when people are silent or don't give information or something was an accident, would you rather take an accidental death or a full-on homicide charge? What would you guys take? I mean, it already kind of works out in his favor that they noticed him being scratched up. So if it was an accidental thing that happened, could maybe considered manslaughter or something like that, why not speak and say that? But obviously, he has some strong people behind him, because when they came just looking for her, talk to our lawyers. And that's a little bit sketch to me too, because if this young lady came down from New York and came down to Florida to live with him and his family, and he comes back without her, he had to have told his parents something. At this point, we need some type of lie detector test going on. I mean, they're not admissible in court, so what's the problem with that? And if any of you guys know, because when we listen to the second alleged witness, he says that Brian talked in a strong New York accent, but I wasn't sure if he was from New York, or I believe it was she came down from New York to him. So if any of you guys know if he had an accent or know anywhere I can look to hear his voice, because I don't know how much, if both of these incidents happened. Brandon says, my theory is that they had another argument and Brian finally broke and ended the relationship. Gabby, in an extreme emotional state, killed herself. Brian panicked and fled, knowing he would be accused. That's a good theory. That is a possibility. Also, being, like you said, extremely emotional, could he had told her that and she just walked off? And the reason why he told these people, he wanted to get a ride and was not going to take the van, was probably because he didn't know where she went. And if she possibly came back, she can go back to this van and then he'll just find his way. Or does it look more suspicious that it probably was his last option? So, Brandon, I can see that as well. Let's see. You're approaching this with an extreme level-headedness and completely. I always do when I look into things, because I don't like to jump into a conclusion. This is a 23-year-old, okay? She's 22. I knew when I was that young, I can get upset, throw a tantrum, I'm leaving, and, and things can happen, and we just don't know. And for me to just go and accuse and yell, where is she? That's not going to bring any closure to this any faster. That's not going to make him speak until he's ready to speak or until his lawyer. And that's why anything that I look into, I try to keep an open mind. So thank you. Hey, 420, how are you? And he also says hello to you, Detective Girl. Hello, Detective Girl. I have thought about it being about getting attention, followers, viewers, and also doubtful though, being the fact that they really had a police incident with a concerned citizen and she was extremely upset. Yes, because from my understanding, they had fled wherever they were having the incident at, and the police caught up to them. And we're going to watch some of that too as well, so we can all be on the same page and what we're thinking about while we're trying to go through this and kind of see where Brian's head is at right now. And not only his head, and just, for the sake of being positive, what she could be going through. I mean, we can just be looking at him. Where's she, when we can be looking in possible areas that just everyone be on the lookout. This young lady could be out there through her tantrum and is now out there vulnerable to the elements. I mean, it seems like she's pretty crafty, so we may find her well and alive. So I just want to keep a clear and open mind, honestly. Tube Crime says, innocent men have been convicted themselves without words. Until we get facts, yes. Innocent until proven guilty. However, his actions are speaking louder. See, okay, when people say that, though, we are given this right to remain silent. But when we remain silent, people automatically assume we're guilty. So it's like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. And by the statements that I've been seeing that have been coming out, these are not by the family. These are not by Brian. This is strictly from the attorney because of how broad the statements are. So I believe he has a great attorney. I've been looking into it. His name is Rich. Yeah. Rich Stafford, I believe it is Stafford. So I've been looking into him, and I think he's representing his client very well. Miranda, don't know what to believe. He could have snapped, could have accidentally hurt her. That was my first thought. They were obviously fighting. And yes, Miranda, think about this. You are in this small van, okay? It's just you and your significant other. Not saying that just because it's your significant other, it's going to be problems, but people do need their space. And with the allegations of her being OCD, when you look in that van, when they showed it, everything was right in each little area, very nice and neat, clean, and to be going on the country trip, that was pretty nice. So it could have been the smallest things that she was complaining about, could have got to him. She could be very handsy. Like I said, we don't know because we weren't there. And I do want to let you guys listen to what the sister said, so you guys can get a little bit of an idea of where's it at? Where's sister? Sister, where are you? Right here. So this is the sister. Okay, so now I know where it is on here. So I want you guys to hear what the sister said, and see if you guys think anything of it. Let me go ahead and share it because she says, they would fight. Oops, I was inviting somebody. Let's share. Let's share the screen with all my lovely people. Here we go. Let me make sure you guys can hear it as well. So, sister speaks out. Hold on, I don't want to play the commercials for you guys. Yeah, I believe this is it. Let's make sure to skip the Commercials. Let's get out of here. Don't play. Come on, guys. Let's hear sister speak. And this was on the news, so. What? Did they take the content down? Because I'll find it on my phone. I will go back and find it on my phone if she took it down, if they took it down. Because she did speak this morning. And she said that there she goes. Okay, so let's go ahead and listen to sister. Let's click on that.
Only on ABC 7 tonight, for the first time, Brian Laundrie's sister is talking about Brian's missing fiance, Gabby Petito. Gabby's story has captivated Southwest Florida and really the entire nation all week long.
She has not been seen in 22 days now. Her fiance Brian is not talking to police about it, but her boyfriend's sister now says she hopes this whole thing is just a misunderstanding. Watch.
Obviously, me and my family want Gabby to be found safe. She's like a sister, and my children love her. And all I want is for her to come home safe and sound, and this to be just a big misunderstanding. He always does the right thing.
Wait a
minute. Like in the body cam, he's.
Can you guys see this as I'm playing it? Are you guys able to see it? Because I'm not sure if you guys can see the same thing on the screen. Let me know. If you guys can see it, go ahead and toss some ones in the chat. If you can see and hear. Okay, you cannot see it. Let me go back. I didn't add it to the stream, so give me a quick moment. My apologies for that. Here we go. Let me add it to the stream. That's the part I forgot to do. So where's sister at now? Sister, where are you? Here we go. So hopefully you guys can see this now. Let me make it big for you guys. Okay.
Sister now says she hopes this whole thing is just a misunderstanding. Watch.
Obviously, me and my family want Gabby to be found safe. She's like a sister, and my children love her. And all I want is for her to come home safe and sound, and this to be just a big misunderstanding. He always does the right thing, like in the body cam. He cooperates with the police, and he's a wonderful uncle. He's always been there when I need him. He's been there every time Gabby's needed him.
You can watch that full interview only here on ABC 7 tomorrow morning on Good Morning America. GMA is running it at 7:30. Remember, that woman's brother, Brian Laundrie, came home safe from his cross-country road trip with Gabby, but she did not come home. Police are urging Brian to help them find her, but his lawyers are telling him not to talk, fearing whatever he says will be used against him.
To speak.
The search for answers on where Gabby is only getting more urgent as the minutes and hours pass. ABC 7's Megan Myers joins us.
So with you guys hearing that, what do you guys think? Since you hear the sister saying, they do get into it. So were you guys able to see? Hopefully see and hear. I'm getting used to this StreamYard. And I was over there with the restream. So, okay, see and hear. So with that, she says, hey, my brother is a very good uncle. The kids loved her. Let me see what you guys are saying. Hey, V, how are you? Hey, Fun to Be Blonde, how are you? Oh, you saw the live on replay with you new. Let's see. Let me go up because I missed some of your guys' comments, and I don't like when I do that. I like to make sure people are, getting to voice what they would like. And in a minute here, after I show some more things, I'm going to open up the panel so we can talk. Let's see. Who did we end on? So here we have Jeanette Jackson. She says, Then noticing him being scratched works against him. She could have scratched him defending herself. I said that as well, Jeanette. That can go both ways. She could have scratched him to be protecting herself, or she could have been the aggressor. So we do not know. Hey, Dukes, how are you, love? Brendan says, it wasn't defensive. She admitted to attacking him for asking her to calm down. See, that's why it's nice to have multiple opinions in here. See that? And then you know what, Brandon and other people in the group, family, someone else said that they considered him weird because they asked him if he would like some water, and he said, I don't do plastic. So that made him be weird. I don't know why that would be. Some people, there's something in plastic that some people do not like or give them headaches and things like that. So we don't know the reasoning. Let's see. Miranda says, she said she had OCD and was very upset in that video. So sad, only 22. Yes, young, very young. So at that age, we think we're grown. We think we're, we got it all together. No, we still act like little babies at that age. Because when I was that age, I thought I was grown, and I still would be like, Mama. Now I'm like, you got to be grown. Here we go. Fun to be blonde. Happy Saturday. Sending love and prayers to everyone, as well as we are too. Hey, Joss in the building. Naomi is that chick, the level-headed sister. I mean, I try to be. I really do. I mean, I'm not saying I'm always level-headed, but I do try to. I can get mad like that, but I also try to tell myself, okay, take a step back. Analyze the situation that you're getting upset about. And then normally when I do that, I'm like, why am I really upset? Like, if I really think about it and I'm mad because someone drank the last of my orange juice, and I'm like, who drank my orange juice? Bro, I literally can get in the car and go get some orange juice if I'm really that mad. So I don't know. And I try to look at things from both sides. I'm not a man, and I love when guys come into the chat and are able to give us females, because looking at analytics, it's predominantly women. They can give us, a different look on things. I really, really love that. Yes, she seemed to be acting like a child, upset, throwing a temper tantrum. Most definitely. V in the building. Innocent until proven guilty. Is only about a quarter of law. Innocent until proven guilty is only probably, by court of law. We can't put him in jail because of public opinion. We sure cannot. Just because for some reason, I really don't feel like he actually did something sinister to kill her if she's not alive. I don't see, just looking at the chemistry and how they were, I do think it would have been something in passion or, a snap. I don't think he actually was like, let me think this out. And this is, now if things comes out and we see, what is it called? Like sometimes the words don't go right. But he's mutilated the body and there's extra little things. Then I may think that way, but how quiet he is about it, how he has retreated, how he didn't even try to make a scene. He seems a little bit more, calm, even though allegedly he's bipolar, and maybe he can be snappy, but I haven't seen it in him yet. And just because we think that he did it because he's quiet doesn't mean he did it. Now, if we all say, if I get on here and I say I know he's guilty because he's quiet, and it comes out that this man takes us hey, I'm not saying this is true, but say she met someone while they were out there. And he's like, well, I don't want to deal with this, whatever. And she's hiding out with this person. And he says, look, I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm going to take you to where she is. We are all going to be sitting here looking stupid because we wanted to judge somebody because they didn't talk or that didn't seem right. You know what? There's a topic that I'm going to, it's going to be an adult topic about, what we feel the truth is and things like that. It's going to get kind of deep. So I'm not going to go into that right now, but I'm saying if we sit here and bash this man, where is she? Where is she? We're not going to stop. I mean, I've seen people outside on bullhorns yelling and screaming, and that man wasn't even there. I kept saying he is not in that house. So you guys are just harassing the parents. And yeah, they may want to say something, but at the end of the day, all of us, anybody in here that has a child, you are going to protect your cub with everything that you can. And I'm not saying you're going to let your child get away with murder or anything like that, but you're going to try to at least let them go through it in the best way possible. And he could have came home and said, Mom, Gabby was tripping. She had a temper tantrum, ran off. I said, forget that. I'm going to go lay down, let her cool off. Got up. No Gabby. Waited. No Gabby. What do? I'm going to leave this van here. I'm going to try to find my way back. I can't contact her. I can't this. I can't that. Possibly the text messages that were being sent while he was on the way back could be by her, could be by somebody else that took her when she was on her. We do not know at this point, and we would all be wrong to speculate. I'm just saying, y'all, I can go on and on. I just want people to start thinking. If people would stop and think, half of these things wouldn't even go on. Tube crime, police dropped the ball. I do feel that. I will voice that. And I don't want to say they dropped the ball because I know a lot of people are going after Josh. I know it. And we're going to hear from Josh in a little bit as well. I got my list, guys. I'm not going to get off topic because you guys know I can go on for centuries. I got my little list. We feel as citizens that the police department should have had him with an ankle monitor on, should have had, people following him, this, that, and the other. Now, it's not illegal to follow someone, but to try to keep tabs and tracks on them and things like that, that can go against us later on trying to be jumping the gun. Say he did do something, all that we gathered, we're done. We are done now because we jumped the ball too soon. So yeah, we could kind of keep an eye, and I felt like they slipped on that because there's no way that he should have been able to leave, and we don't even know if it's really Tuesday, and go to this reservoir that I showed you guys. And, it's somewhere that he goes. He could be there somewhere where he knows no one can find him. If that's his favorite place to go, he's in and all throughout there. They could be walking right on top of him, and he's just like, yeah, they're looking for me. I'm here chilling for a while. So they dropped the ball. If they wouldn't have treated, if they would have, I really wish I could make this bigger because maybe I can, but then I won't be able to see anything. Okay. Have treated them with gloves and found loopholes to dismiss the DV case. She may have been easily located. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. And I feel like, okay, because they had to separate them, right? And we see her get put into the truck and everything like that. And then when we see the people yelling outside, people start going ape crap, okay, over brown paper bags. We all know they can be used for evidence and things like that. And at the end of the day, I'm like, okay, we're seeing empty bags. Everybody's, wow, evidence. Yes, he killed her in the house. He did. Stop jumping to conclusions. She lived there. My thoughts on it, they were getting maybe her toothbrush, a shirt, a bra, some underwear, some this, some that, just so that they can have either a scent for dogs to track or DNA for them to compare a body if found, or to compare against, say they find a little campsite that a person could have probably been at. We can track that, oh, she's alive. You know, this rock she was using to cook on, you know, she burnt herself. Something of that sort. We just got to keep an open mind. They see them go into the Mustang, the silver Mustang on the outside. Oh my God, that is the car. First of all, they didn't have any gloves on when they went in that car. So anything on the outside of that is, to me, it doesn't even matter. So right now, I think we all need to take time to step back. Hey, Mama B, how are you? And look at it from all different points. Hey, Jennifer Nobles, how are you? Hey, the real T in the building. I be seeing you in and out. Hey, how are you? The real T in the building. Let's see, V. It was like the police had never seen a TV show about what police do. Right. And you know what was crazy to me? And I don't like to bring up race, but if this was an African-American male, they would have found a way to lock him up. A lot of people keep yelling about, well, he took your car and drove it back. I believe that she said, I do not drive this van. It's her van in her name. And then we don't know what the state laws are in every state. It could already be presumed that he had permission. So no. Hey, Shay, how are you? Oh, the SOS hand signals. Yeah, we should go over that because that should be widely known. Hey, Mary H, how are you? I don't understand that part, Mama B. What did Mama B say? But he moved her stuff out. Mama B, if you can elaborate on that, he moved whose stuff out? Who moved whose stuff out? You know what? I have things to show, but I'm just going to start. I'm going to toss the share button. I mean, not the share button, the invite. So anyone can come up. The only thing I ask is if you come up, before I let you on, if you're not comfortable with showing yourself, I at least need to see you behind just so that I know I'm not having any trolls on here. And yeah. There's a video of her driving the van down the hills. Okay. Okay. Shay. Hey, Faith, how are you? Do you have the link for the TT one? Made or no? Okay, let me see if I could click on that. Oh, I can't click on it. But I will. Okay, so the SOS, you know, SOS is sign language for SOS, but I know that there was something else we were shown by a young lady that does sign language, and it's kind of like you put it behind your back or wherever you can show it, and you kind of do the sign of it, and so someone else will know that you're in danger. I want to see if I can bring that up. Or maybe the TV police don't know what the real police do. You guys are so silly. Okay, so I hopefully put that in there. Thumb tucked. SOS. Maybe you can hop on and show us. If anybody wants to hop up, feel free to. I don't bite. One thing though is everyone is, it's POV, okay? Everybody can speak their mind. No one, I don't allow people bashing anybody's, decision, even if I believe in it or not. You guys will not know that everyone deserves a chance to speak whatever's on their mind. And that's just that. Let's see. I don't know why this is still on here, so I'll take that down. So I do want to go ahead and okay. So Faith is here. Faith is here. Hi, Faith. How are you? So I'm going to bring Faith into the building. Hello, Faith. How are you?
Hi, I'm the one that actually does the sign language for the SOS.
Okay, great. Awesome. Can you hold on? Let me take the comment down so that way I can make this bigger, and I want to take that down as well because I want it to be seen completely. Which ones do I have that? Okay. This is Faith, everyone. Do you like it like this or like this?
I'm fine either way. I'm so used to being on camera now. It's not even funny.
Okay. So I'm trying to remember exactly who I heard about you from. I know
probably
it was
Shay and a bunch of people. Yeah, I'm all over TikTok. Shay Faith or Jennifer Noble, any of them. A lot of people actually use it.
And I noticed you because of your purple hair. So can you show us how the different ways to let someone know if we're in danger?
Okay, I'm going to show it the way it looks, and then I can show you how it's done. So first you're going to go like this. Tuck in your thumb. Cover all 4 fingers over the thumb. And just blink. Okay. You can have it. Oh, God, this is going to be weird. You can have it on your side and just blink.
Okay.
So they can't see it behind you and blink.
Okay.
So anyway, you can even sit there at a table and just go and then stop and then kind of do it again. You know what I mean?
Make sure someone's looking.
Whatever. Yeah. Like just whatever. It's the fact it's an effective way. I've been promoting it like crazy on TikTok. So that's where I'm at with it. So yeah.
So I love this. Anybody that's in the building, if you can email me after this, I want to put your TikTok and everything in my description box. But anybody that's in the building, if you guys see anybody doing this sign, maybe you're not sure. If they're giving you this eye contact and they're doing this, maybe like she said, it could be to the side. I could be sitting like this and be like, giving you eye. If you see that, even if you're not sure, call the police. Get them help. That's SOS, okay? So that is what, military uses and everything like that. There's different things you can do with flashlights.
Yep. You flash it. It's the same way. Flash it. You stop. After the third one, do it again. 3 times. You blink it. Stop. And then 1, 2, 3. But with the SOS, you just keep doing it. Like this and sign language or the hand signal. Whoa, there's my camera. You just keep doing it and then until somebody notices. What I've been recommending is if it's a child, more so, if it's a child, separate that child from that perpetrator because honestly, they can disappear faster than anything. There's so much going on in the world, like with the sex trafficking and stuff like that. They're actually moving people and handing them off to people. So you can lose a child faster than anything. There's also a new one that just came out, and I'm warning every woman because I just saw this the other day. They're actually placing the Apple trackers or trackers on your car, underneath your car, to actually kidnap women now. So if you turn on your Bluetooth on your phone before you get in the car and you notice that something that isn't yours, there may be a tracker on your car. Walk away, look around, make sure you're in a public area still, and immediately call 911. Before you approach the perpetrators at any time with the child, dial 911, flip it over, and then separate the child. This most likely they're gonna run. They're not gonna sit around. I wouldn't want to sit around if I, unless it's my kid. I'll sit there and go, that's my kid. I'll wait for the cop. But I'd rather.
And on our phones, for people that don't know, I think it's 5 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, what is it? Oops, sorry. It's something like that. Hold on. What is the one for SOS? There's one for SOS. You do it a certain amount of times.
I don't remember. I don't do the phone very often.
There's another one on iPhone or what iPhone?
Oh, 17 for iPhone, and it goes straight
you can do as well if your phone is next to you.
Oh, are you talking about the sound?
It's for SOS.
I wouldn't know because I use an Android. I don't use an iPhone. But I know if you put in 17 in your phone, it dials straight to 911 off of iPhone at times too, from what I heard.
Any guys in the building, if you see a woman or a child doing that, step in. Step in. Just be vigilant. And as well, it goes for men and women. I'm just letting them know. So when they see it, they're not confused thinking they're saying hi. No. Hello is what we're trying to say. Help me out here. All moms, teach it to your kids. Tell them if they have to hide it, show somebody it. Look at the person. If the person they're with, hide your hand. Teach them how to do it. This can save lives, okay? So I know we went on another tangent here, but I feel like things like that is very important, and I'm glad I didn't even know you watched me, that you were watching.
This is the first time I'm watching you.
Oh, I'm thanking you because we were on. I don't know whose live it was, but your name was brought up, and we went and we were looking for you on TikTok. And they were like, the one with the butterfly. I remember the purple hair. And it's just by the grace of God that you're on here and can say this for this, because we don't know, she can be in a situation right now, and we don't know that if she's okay or not. Let's see, Martha. Hey, China. Hello, everyone. I forgot to turn on my notification. It's okay. Notifications are crazy. If you guys need to know when I come on, the best thing is to follow me on IG. Everything I do is Naomi China D. I did start a new page just in case this one gets shut down. It'll be Naomi China D ×2. So I'm just glad that you were able to come on here and show, because I'm like, I don't know, SOS. And we were having a discussion about it that day, and they're like, go to her page. So we're on your page. We don't even know if we were doing it right. She was trying to show us, but I'm glad to see it from you personally. So do you have a TikTok that people can follow?
I'm actually known on TikTok as Faith Case of Trinkets, because it's also connected to my business, which is on Facebook, but whatever. Don't worry about the Facebook one, guys. I'm just saying, it's Faith Case of Trinkets. I'll put it in the description down below. But if you send me the email, I can send you all the links to all the TikToks that I have on SOS.
It's probably not going to let you drop it. But if anybody has it, that's a mod. I'm giving you permission. Go ahead and drop her link. And then you can email me, or the easiest way is to hit me up on IG, and I can put this in the description because this is very important.
I'll just drop my name for the TikTok in the comment though, and then you can find me through that. It's not that hard.
And mods, even though she's doing that, it's okay by me. No blocking. I said it's okay because I normally don't let people drop stuff all in the
Right, so it's just my username that I'm dropping.
Yeah,
I won't be dropping the link.
So what do you feel about this situation?
I'm sorry?
What do you feel about what's going on right now with Gabby? What is your gut feeling?
Okay, I have experience in LE, so I am digging really, really deep.
Okay.
I just found that she was actually logging her trip on this app called The Dirt, at DYRT. If you look it up, it's DYRT, as in like dirt, but with a Y. And then the last known was she was in Yellowstone, that she actually made a comment on where they were staying. So we're actually digging, the UWS sisters and I are digging like crazy right now. I have a tendency to go down rabbit holes, but I'm pretty good at the rabbit holes of knowing which is the rabbit hole and which isn't. But there are things that people are like, okay, so why did they were in Utah and went back to Wyoming? Well, because it makes no sense. They're doing a spiral thing to me. It's like they're doing squiggly lines instead of zigzags. If I'm in one state, I'm going to visit all the national parks in that state and not keep going back and forth. It doesn't make sense unless, like I was telling one of my UW sisters today, unless I'm like one of those concert hoppers. Now, if I'm concert hopping across the country, like if you're, let's say I'm in Utah one day and the next week is, let's say, Woodstock in Wyoming. We're just picking things out of the air. But Woodstock in Wyoming, and then I have to go back to Utah for another concert, I'm going to go back and forth like that.
Right.
But it doesn't make sense. And I'm like, so what else was there?
Pictures of her? Are there any pictures of her going to concerts? Because from what, if we take a look at her,
that was just what I said I would do if it was me. Because normally I would just do everything in that one state and then go to the next state.
Right.
Because that just makes sense.
Right.
But
so let me just go to her what's it called? This is where I started looking because it makes the most sense. I'm not gonna go way back into everything. So where to go? So if we're looking at her Instagram, right?
Oh yeah, her Instagram, his Instagram.
Wait. Wrong person. Let me go. I do want to go back to her, but that's not what I was trying to look at right now. Her Instagram. So if we go at her Instagram, right? What am I doing? What's going on? Okay. Make it big. There we go. Okay, so when I look at it, this picture was taken right before. This one was in Venice, Florida. Then we have this one. Charleston, South Carolina, right?
Right.
Then we have this one, Yosemite National Park.
Right.
We have this one. She doesn't really say, but we see the little sunset thingy going on.
Yeah, but wait a minute. We'll stop right there for a second. You notice how she that one didn't have a location, but the one before it did. Now go to the next one, and it has a location, right?
Okay, like
after the one is
Yosemite, then we go back. None.
Unknown.
None. Then we have this Fort Seto Historical Fort. Then we have, something she made up. Then we have this one, the Appalachian Trail. Okay.
Right.
Look at these areas, okay? Then we have the Monument Rocks. Colorado Springs, Colorado. Then we're in the sand dunes.
Right.
More sand dunes preserved. More sand dunes. Zion National Park. More in Zion. This is still in Zion. It's the Narrows.
Right.
We have.
I've been looking at these all day.
Bryce Canyon. I just want to show everybody else. Bryce Canyon. Hot Springs. We have another national park. We have Mesa Arches.
Yeah, those are the arches.
More of the arches. Okay, so this is, the inside of the van. We have no stamp. This was her last photo. 3 weeks ago, and she writes Happy Halloween, right?
Right. That was odd to me.
Right. And I'm like, we're not even in Halloween, but okay, cute pumpkin. Okay. So then when we go to the young lady that said, let me see. Let me make sure I'm not missing anybody. If she was missing for fame, don't you think the BF would want as much as publicity as possible and not have immediately lawyered up? I mean, well, it's getting publicity because he did lawyer up, so people are watching it. Silence is golden. Silence will make people attack you because you're not saying nothing. If he says something, people get what they want. So I get you, Tony. Miranda, come up here. Quit playing. You do not got to be shy. You know I do not bite at all. And you know I let everyone speak and say their part. Here you go, boo. Come up here, love. Anyone could come up here. So then I was looking at what the witness said, but you know there's 2 witnesses. So after the Miranda lady comes out and she says what she said, I'm going to let everybody hear that right now. And then I want, I'm doing, I did criminal justice, didn't finish it, but now I'm in criminal journalism and political science. I take a few classes right now. So I want to look at both of what the witnesses are saying. One seen them on August 26th, the other person seen them August 29th. So we're going to look at what
and then her best friend was supposed to talk to her on August 29th. Haven't even heard from her, which was Rose Davis. Her best friend just went out, I think yesterday or today, about she was supposed to meet them on the trip after her birthday, which was August 29th, and that was the day that Gabby was supposed to contact her, and she didn't.
Right, and then August 29th is the date that this Miranda girl is saying that she had a interaction with him. So let's look at that really quick. Hi, Jastar, how are you? So watch. Let's see. Share screen. Share entire screen. Share. So that's what I was going to show you guys earlier, which is this. So let's look at our first one first.
Hi, my name is Miranda Baker, and on August 29th, my boyfriend and I picked up Brian at Grand Teton National Park at 5:30 at night at Coulter Bay. I'm hoping this can help someone identify him because I saw him from TikTok, which then made me call the authorities, and my boyfriend and I have been in contact with a bunch of different people to help piece together different parts of this case, but we picked him up at Coulter Bay, like I said, at 5:30. He approached us asking us for a ride because he needed to go to Jackson, which we were going to Jackson that night. So I said, hop in. He hopped in the back of my Jeep. We then, proceeded to make small talk. But before he came in the car, he offered to pay us like $200 to give him a ride, like 10 miles. So that was kind of weird.
So when she says that, I thought that maybe he thought she meant Jackson, Florida, because the Jackson Hole is not too far. So that's probably why she thought this was confusing. But okay, let's go.
He then told us he's been camping for multiple days without his fiance. He did say he had a fiance, and that she was working on their social media page back at their van. Then once, in conversation, I brought up, we're going to Jackson. He freaked out. He's like, nope, I need to get out right now. Pull over. So we pulled over at the Jackson Dam, which I don't know if you know Teton Park, but it's not very far from Coulter Bay. And if this does reach people, I can post pictures of, exactly where we were. We picked him up and the whole route or whatever, and screenshots of the timestamps. We dropped him off at 6:09 p.m. on August 29th. He kind of hurried out of the car, and then he's like, okay, I'm just gonna go find someone else to, hitchhike. And we're like, okay. it was a weird situation. So when we picked him up, he was wearing a backpack, he had a long sleeve pants, hiking boots, and he had like scruff. But he didn't look dirty. For someone who was camping for multiple days, like, he didn't look dirty, he didn't smell dirty. So that part was kind of weird. And I'm just really hoping that they find her, and this helps someone like remember seeing him, or, you know, something like that. Hi, my name is Miranda Baker, and on August 29th, my boyfriend and I picked up Brian.
Okay, so that was that one. And then, so this is when she's continuing it. And a little bit of things I found weird is on that was like how he just freaked out. So he probably realized, okay, she's not going where I think she thinks I want to go. And so that's why he freaked out. I hope you guys are all hearing me. And then he says she's working on my on our social media page. So what do you think about that? Do you think that she was really back working on the social media page? Why would he be trying to get somewhere away from her, though, if this person's telling, you know, their truth?
See, I don't know if anybody noticed where they were. She thought they were at Coulter Bay. Coulter Bay is north of the Snake River. It's about 7.7 miles away. Okay.
Oh, there's a map
you're
right
gonna
here.
tell me. Yeah.
So
if you
let
pull
me play
that
these
map
two
up,
videos. Hold on, let me play these two videos, and then you can say what you're saying. That way they can see what you're talking about. So let me play this one.
To clarify a few things that people were confused on still, when he asked to ride, he has to go to Jackson, which, if you're familiar with the area, a lot of people call Jackson Hole Jackson. So that's why I said yes to giving him a ride. But you think any good hiker would know south and north. We were going south out of the park when he said he was camping north. He had told us that him and Gabby were not camping on a regulated campsite through the national park, that they were camping basically out in the middle of nowhere along Snake River. This is key information. He said that he had hiked for days along Snake River, but when looking at his backpack, it wasn't full, and he said all he had was a tarp to sleep on, which
that is what I don't get. All he had is a tarp to sleep on, like no blanket, no nothing, a tarp to sleep on.
Which
that is what I don't get. All he had is a tarp to sleep on, like no blanket, no nothing, a tarp to sleep on.
That's me. Hold on.
Okay,
I thought my volume went down.
Sorry, I thought it was me. I was like, uh-oh. Here, let me take my little... Uh-oh. Can you guys see? Are you able to see?
I'm able to see.
Okay.
I don't know about them.
I think if you're going camping for days on end, you'd want food and a tent, and he had none of that. And like I said, he looked clean and didn't smell bad. To clarify a few things that people were confused on still, when he asked to ride, he has to go to Jackson, which, if you're familiar with the area, a lot of people call Jackson Hole Jackson. So that's why I said yes to giving him a ride. But you think any good hiker would know south and north. We were going south out of the park when he said he was camping north. He had told us that him and Gabby were not camping on a regulated campsite through the national park, that they were camping basically out in the middle of nowhere along Snake River. This is key information. He said that he had hiked for days along Snake River, but when looking at his backpack, it wasn't full, and he said all he had was a tarp to sleep on, which you think if you're going camping for days on end, you'd want food and a tent, and he had none of that. And like I said, he looked clean and didn't smell bad.
Okay, so now this is going to show the map.
So this is a view of the whole journey.
Oops, sorry, y'all. I was trying to make it bigger.
So this is a view of the whole journey with Brian. So that's the top at the park at Coulter Bay, and then we drove him to this dam right here. Then at the dam, we dropped him off at this little turnout, and he said he was going to walk across the street to the parking lot, which was full of people, to continue hitchhiking and look for a ride, because he freaked out when I said Jackson Hole. He said we needed to pull over even though Jackson and Jackson Hole are the same thing. It's the same town itself. This is the text I sent to my mom at 6:09, right when he got out of the car, saying I was okay because she was freaking out. This is at the park, or at the pickup location, and we were taking a shower. We then walked across, and our car was parked on the left side of the picture, and he talked to us like right in the middle. And he was talking to my boyfriend the entire time, but like I was the one actually talking, and he was like not frantic, and he was very nice, very polite to us. So this is a view.
So go ahead. I'll play the other ones, but go ahead and say what you were saying, because you were talking.
If you pull back up the map, I can show it a little better.
Let me see if
I
can
this
pause it where the map was.
Okay.
All right. Now, where she picked them up was at the top. Yeah.
Here.
So she picked them at the top one, which was at the very top of the screen.
Wait a minute. Can you still, hold on. Can you still see my screen?
Nope. I just see us.
Okay. You know what? Let me go back for you real quick, because I just looked over. That's why I like to have my other one on there so I can glance and see. Should I go on Google Maps and pull this up? Would that show a little better?
That one actually had the where they picked up and where they dropped them off.
I'll keep that. That'll be better for you, so I'll keep that right there.
Yeah.
Add to stream. And there we go.
This is a view.
Okay. So you're talking about right here.
Right there, yeah, where you're cutting the mouse right now is where they picked them up. Or him up. Now if you follow that route, that's about 13 minutes to about 14 minutes away to the very bottom where the other blue thing is.
Okay.
Now that is actually the start of Snake River. At the very bottom. The start of the Snake River. The Snake River actually comes out of the Jackson Dam.
Oh, okay. So when she shows the next picture, that like waterway, that's the Snake River?
Yeah, that's the dam, and the water is the bridge where that picture, blue dot.
So that's the top at the park at Coulter Bay, and then we drove onto this dam right here.
Okay. So
that's right there. That is the bridge to the river, and Jackson Dam makes the Snake River. So if he was traveling on the Snake River, then how did he get back up to Coulter? If he was saying that's where.
Let me see if I understand what you're saying. So what is this right here? This whole way right here?
That's the dam. That white spot in the middle is the dam.
Oh, okay. And then this is the dam where the water is being released right here, right?
Yeah, that water, it makes the Snake River.
Okay, so he said they were camping
along. We are now looking at the Snake River.
Right. Yeah, let me take that back a little bit. So if that's down here, and where's the Snake River? I wish I could see this bigger. And this is
that whole area is, the whole terrain up there is rugged. It's not even, for 7.5 miles, you're going to be in a lot of pain.
Wow.
I'm just saying, that is just insane.
So how do we get from here if he said he was staying along? Isn't the Snake River right here?
No, the Snake River is where her finger is. It's literally the Snake River goes down. So where her finger is like this, is actually the Snake River itself. And it goes and breaks up and goes downwards. What that is literally above that is the Jackson Dam. Trust me, I've been looking on Google Earth all day on that one.
I want to get an understanding, and I want the viewers to understand as well, because let's see, do we need a map? Will this do us better?
Look up the Jackson Dam in Wyoming. That's how I found it. So,
Oops.
because it's a dam, and then it turned into the river. The dam is above the river, so it doesn't make sense to me how he made
So,
that
okay, this is the dam. This is
7.7
what the dam.
Hmm?
Is this what the dam looks like right here? So on top of this dam, is there? Hold on.
That's the Snake River. The second
This
picture,
is-
that's the Snake River. That's the beginning of the Snake River, the dam behind it. If you look at the third picture, it's pretty much similar because it looks like a lake, but it's not a
This-
lake. That is the river itself. So he was dropped off. If you look at the picture right now, he was dropped off at the far right where that no, wait, is it the far right or the far left? But either way, there is a parking lot in one of those sides. And with that, I can't remember which one it is right now. I want to say it's the far right of that picture.
You know
And
something
then,
real quick, really quickly. You see things 10 seconds after I see it. So maybe you're like, what is she doing? But you see it 10 seconds after me. So
yeah.
let me show you something. Is this? Give me a quick second so it can pop up. Hopefully this pops up big so that they can see it, because I am trying to understand what he thought was going on.
Right there. Okay. The Jackson
Can you see
Lake
this?
Dam. Yes.
So is this the
I can't
parking
see the
lot right
picture.
here?
I think the parking lot is okay. That is the parking lot on the left. Whoa.
Okay.
All right, you see where all those gray areas right by the dam? That's the parking lot.
Okay.
On the other side is just a field. Okay, that dam, you see the big water, not the river looking thing, but the water behind it is literally the dam. Snake River starts where all those white waters coming out of the dam. That is Snake River.
This is Snake River right here. Give it 10 seconds. It'll show you.
I had to wait. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, this is how it is. And then over here is the water that's held and is letting it be released. Okay, so this is my thing. How far was he from this where she picked him up to take him here? Because why was he way over there?
7.7 miles from where she was, which was Coulter Bay. Okay, so that's up north. So and then you have to go down the road, and it takes 13 to 15 minutes or 13 to 15 minutes to get there on this. It's not straight roads either. It is curved because there is mountain terrain. It's not. Okay. That's why I'm saying if he was on that and he walked all the way up to Coulter, there's no way the way she described him, there's no way he could have been there. He had to be in that area for a while, and he didn't smell, he didn't do anything. That doesn't make sense.
Right. This is not adding up to me now.
Exactly.
This is really not adding up to me. Like, he's not making look, Brian. I keep an open mind, Brian, and I need you to make it make sense to me. So now, okay, we heard what she said for that. I want to get through hers really quickly.
And then we drove him to this dam right.
I want to get through hers really quickly because I want you guys to hear what the second witness said, so that we can kind of compare those things. Because, we got more with her. So let's see.
I just want to reiterate again, everything I am telling you guys, I've already told the FBI, I've told the detectives, I am actively in contact with these people who are on the case. So everything I have told you, they do know. I'm just putting this out here because I want to reach people who have maybe seen him that day or have been in contact with him before, after my boyfriend were in contact with him. So this is when we picked him up. The exact time is 5:44. This is to my mom. We picked up a hitchhiker. She's obviously not very happy with me, and I now understand. So some common questions are, did he have a phone? No, he did not have a phone. My boyfriend and I did not see him pull out a phone at all during this time. Another thing is when he freaked out about Jackson. He has to go to Jackson during the time I said we were going to Jackson Hole. Once I said Jackson Hole, he became agitated. He seemed like he needed to get out. He was kind of antsy, and that's when things got weird. But that's when we pulled over, and I just want to reiterate again, everything I am telling you guys, I've already told the FBI, I've told the detectives. All right. This is going to be my last video. I've said everything I need to say and what happened during my encounter with Brian. Last video, but okay. I just want to make one last video with everything in it because I know people are going out there to help search for her. So I just want all the maps and the facts in one place. Okay, this is a text I sent my mom when we dropped him off. This just has like the date in it and the timestamp. So we dropped him off at 6:09. But as you can see, we picked him up at 5:54. This is off my mom's because my texts don't go back this way.
Wait, 5:54 or 5:44? 5:44 she meant.
I think she meant 5:44.
Yeah, okay.
Far. And then, you know, it says we dropped him off at 6:09. So this is where we picked him up. We picked him up in Coulter Bay and we dropped him off by this dam. He was hitchhiking. There was no van.
The dam is
Gabby was not with him. It was just him. So this is what the dam looked like. We dropped him off at the turnout because this is going south. If you're going like this. He then said, I'm going to get out. I'm going to hitchhike, find a different ride. He said he was going to go across to the parking lot over here, which was filled with a bunch of people. Again, this is on August 29th at 6:09. So this is a map of Grand Teton National Park. During our ride, he said, well, before he got in the car, he said, I wanted to go to Jackson. So this is Jackson. Like right there, you can see it says Jackson, south of the park, right? Jackson Hole is commonly referred to as well. So I said, you know what? We're going to Jackson. Hop in. You know, he was very nice. He offered us $200 to give him this ride. And we picked him up. You can see here, Coulter Bay right there. It's like pretty north of the park. And he said he was hiking along Snake River, which is up here, and it kind of like goes down a little bit. And he said he was gone for multiple days, and he had left his fiance, never called her by her name, back at their campsite, which he said they camped in a dispersed campsite, so it's not a regulated campsite. And he was gone for multiple days without her, and he was sleeping on a tarp. When we picked him up, he had a backpack, long sleeves, a hat on, and scruff. He wasn't clean shaved, and he had hiking boots on, but he didn't look dirty. The only thing dirty about him were his shoes. And he was very nice during the trip, you know, very calm. We were making small talk. He was agitated when I said Jackson Hole, okay? So we were going south to Jackson. There's no other place in the Tetons called Jackson. Why he became agitated, I don't know. He just was very set on getting out of the car, which is why we pulled out by the dam, and that's why he got out. I don't know why he wanted to get out so bad. I don't know.
You know what? And do you know about the area? Okay, because I'm seeing Yellowstone National Park right here, right?
Yeah, we're in the Yellowstone.
Do you know about the dead zone? Because I would love, like, a lot of people don't know about that, and I would like to pick your brain on that as well. You could pick mine. But the dead zone.
Okay.
So where if you go ahead.
If you're in a dead zone, any places that are high up in the mountain, you're gonna hit a lot of dead zone unless there's.
I don't mean that way. I don't mean in that way. I mean that the section that it is, not one state owns it. So if you commit a crime or a murder there, it's like.
Oh, it happens all the time.
So, there's a little section of Yellowstone National Park where that happens, and it was brought up in the Lori Vallow case.
I don't know exactly where it is, but I've heard of it.
I'll show you. I'll show you in a second. I'll show you where it is.
What other place he wants to go to, because there's only one Jackson. So that's all I have, and I hope she's returned safely and they find her safe. I just wanted to. This is going to be.
Yes, Game Win Nat, you are 100% right. Nobody has power in that area. And so I'm going to come back to you guys right now. No one has power in that area. So
literally
what happens.
You're off the grid there.
Yeah, you're off the grid. You can do, I don't like to talk about it too much because literally you could do what you want. And so when I kept seeing Yellow National Park, I was like, dang, I wonder if, they got any ideas. You can get away with murder there. Yes. Game with Nat. If you want to pop up, you surely could pop up. Anybody that wants to pop up. I do open panel. As long as I can see you before you pop up, you can come in a bubble. I'd rather you not. It's really something I do not like because I just feel like I talk to you guys and I just feel like it's respectful. I mean, if you got to jump off to do something real quick, yeah. But not judgmental at all. But I do need to see you behind stage just so that I know it's not someone trying to play games. When I'm talking about serious situations, I don't go for any of that. So. But Nat, yeah. So since you've heard of it, I'm going to talk about it in a little bit because I do want Faith to also, know about it and stuff as well. She's giving me information, and I feel like it's only right that we share information with each other. So, yeah, that's the first thing I thought about when she kept saying and had multiple pictures of that, and she was talking about the warm springs because I know there's certain areas there too where people have gotten away with murder, literally saying, oh, hey, E&E, all around crime. Hi, Lovely. Haven't seen you in a minute. If you want to hop up, you surely can. Where people will say, oh, no, my girl was trying to get a picture over there and, get away with murder. So, you know how they have the bars where you can't go here, you can't go there. People do it anyway. So now with what you've showed, and gave me insight on where he said he was, that's a little bit sketchy to me.
Did you see his Instagram yet?
Huh?
Did you see his Instagram yet?
I have not clicked on his Instagram yet, but we can surely take a tour. I'm down for the tour. Uh-oh, hold on. What did I click on? Oh, I see what I did. Oh, I got makeup all over. Lipstick all over my face. Where's that? Okay, I took me off stream. There we go. So yeah, you can definitely hop up. Let's see. Yeah. Game with Nat. Yep. Dead zone. No power. Nothing. Nada. Hey, Shay. Shay, if you can put down in the chat as well that if anyone wants to send me any links, it doesn't even have to do with this right now. I don't have a join button, but when I do, I'll get deeper in it. But right now, if there's cases you want me to look at, have an open mind. We have helicopters down to look at it. Keep an open mind. But if you want to just send me a message and I get back to you as soon as possible, please hit up my Instagram. So below, we have my Cash App, which is Naomi China D. My Instagram, Naomi China D. TikTok, Naomi China D. Email, naomiChinaD@gmail.com. So everything is the same when you're trying to get at me. So, Xavier Harrelson, yes, I am going to be talking about him tomorrow. I also, another young man, Max, his brother really wants to come on here and speak, and he's just young, and his parents are dealing with the COVID, and I don't know how to go about it. I told him his sister, since she's 18, she could come on here and speak, being that, Max passed at such a young age. So he got like no attention. Yes, I've been trying to get people to hop on the same story, and I feel like the police dropped the ball on that one as well. So let me put that up there. And I do have him. I need to actually make the playlist of him because I have some videos of him, but we got to get it going. We got to get it going. Jeanette says, if someone wants to take you on a date to a national park, don't go. People are always shoving people over cliffs. Yes, they are. honeymoons is like the best for them. I was going to come up, but my little girl is acting crazy. You can definitely hop up. You have a mute button. So my son does it all the time. So let me see. Another thing that I wanted you. Oh, let's go ahead. I don't have to actually go anywhere, but I want you guys to hear what the second witness is saying, and I want you guys to listen clearly. Let's see if it makes more sense. He's saying he's seen him at a bar on the 26th. Okay. Miranda's saying she's seen him on the 29th. So let's go ahead and take a listen to him.
Okay, guys, I had to remake my video. It seems like I had done enough TV, I would be good at this, but this is my first TikTok. This is in regards to the Brian Laundrie and Gabby, the missing girl. I had taken a trip the end of August from Louisiana up through Colorado and Montana and Wyoming. I picked a friend up at the Jackson Hole Airport on August 26th, Thursday, that morning. And we went through Jackson Hole. Then we went through the Tetons and Yellowstone. We came out the West Gate, and we stayed at West Yellowstone, Montana for the evening. We went out to a restaurant that night called Bullwinkle's, and about 10 o'clock, we moved into the bar. There was us and another couple that we had met while we were eating dinner. We were discussing things, politics, guns, hunting, all the stuff you don't talk about in a bar. And there was a guy at the end of the bar that was just quiet. He was visibly bothered or mad, it looked like, when we came in. And I guess our conversation just kind of irritated that fact when he finally made a comment, something about stupid Southerners and Republicans. And I kind of laughed and said, well, where are you from? And he said that he was from New York in a pretty strong New York accent. And said his name was Brian. And I said, as we laughed, I said, you picked an odd place, the middle of nowhere, a small town in Montana. What did you expect that you weren't going to run into being conservatives or Republicans? Anyway, not much else was said. He made a couple of remarks, and we went back to our conversation. It was just a creepy encounter. It was one of those situations where it was kind of one of those people, it was almost like he looked through you. I didn't notice him using a phone, things that the FBI have asked. We did notice that he had a backpack. We left about 11:50, and he was still there. My friend was visibly uncomfortable. She even made a comment on the way to the car about serial killers and kept watching behind us to make sure he wasn't following us. And I assured her that it wasn't an issue. I mean, I'm concealed carry. I was actually armed when we were in the bar. And we went to the hotel. We did talk about it on the way home. It was odd. In the last few days, though, we've watched the news and realized that was the guy. That was Brian, this girl's fiance. So we contacted the FBI. Both of us made reports to the FBI. And just kind of watching the news now and seeing where it goes. But that was our encounter.
So I seen someone make a comment right now, and I totally agree with it. Game with Nat. Yes, I want to know, why is it all being done by TikTok? It's like TikTok, TikTok, TikTok. Like everything is TikTok on how they're finding him and things like that. Even though I know they were trying to do YouTube, and everybody's making their statements over TikTok. And why not go to the news? Because I know the news is probably wanting to offer people money and do things like that. But it's like, why is TikTok the new trend or what? I don't get it. It's just crazy to me. So I'm pulling up his Instagram right now. And I'm going to also, while I'm doing that, I'm going to try to pull up his TikTok as well. But let me get this shared for you guys. Bizarre. Design. Okay, let me see. Share screen. And thank you for that, Shay. Yes, please support. Like, this is what I do all day. I dig for you guys to come on here, keep an open mind, keep everything, you know, I just don't want to make one narrative for one group of people. I want everybody to come together and we come up with solutions. So yes, my Cash App is at the bottom. Please support. Single mom, this is what I do, school. It's at Naomi China D with the money sign in the front. So let me go ahead and finish sharing this with you guys.
The drawings are what startled me more so than anything about them.
Well, let's take a look.
On his Instagram, his TikTok is a different name. Do you want me to put it down in the comments as well?
You can go ahead and put it in the comments, yes. Guys, mods, anything that she's putting down in the comments, please do not block her. Anyone else, you guys already know what to do. Go ahead and block them. Like, not even asking any questions. Hi, Joey. How are you? You know what? We got a lot of new people in the building. If you guys can just throw up hearts, no matter what color it is, any color you want, toss some hearts in the building. We have a lot of new people, new names in the building. Game with Nat. We have Joey. I can't really scroll all these right now, but let's see if I can go up. Annie, I'm going to call you new. I ain't seen you in a minute. We got Faith in the building, definitely. And she's doing an amazing job, Mama B. I mean, everybody. Mods, tell everybody hello, hello, hello. And I'm really happy to see all the men in the building to even this out. Give us a better, you know, look on things. We have our own thoughts as women, and it's just a great thing to have, you know, people from all different shades, colors, races, men, everything. Okay, so let's keep that. What is this out here? I don't know what that is. Okay, so wait a minute. Hold on. What's in this van? What's that in the van? Okay, I thought that was something else, guys.
Yeah, so did I, but it's not.
It's not. Okay, I was just making sure. Okay, so that looks like a nice, lovely salad. Let's see. So you were thinking about the drawings, right?
I thought, yeah. At first I was like, ooh, no. Then I looked at it closer, it wasn't that. But the drawings right there, if you look at some of them, those are all stamped. But there are some that he's like, fight this and all kinds of stuff. It's weird.
That he's like, what?
Like, fight this. Look at the it's further down. But it's like dark stuff. They're not
dark,
you know, of happiness. Dark. He draws darkly. There's more. There's a lot more. He only started his Instagram in 2020 of July 2nd.
Oh, well, we got time. We're gonna check it out.
But
treats one another.
I mean, it's bizarre the further you go down.
Okay, because how long have they been together? Was it 2 years?
Yes. 2 years.
Was it 2 years? Okay, so what's this about? The mousetrap and the Grim Reaper leading sheep to the slaughter and the mousetrap. Okay, you got a great imagination. Let's see what else we got here. Adult Swim, so we can see what he looks like. Okay. I kind of like to see what people comment. Last Hellboy watercolor. So this is really adorable to me. So let's just take a moment at this. My biggest biggest fear is that one day I'll wake up and it will all have all been a dream. Because that is what every second has felt like since the moment we found each other. Till death do us part, or until I wake up. I'm so happy, and I'm so happy the answer was yes. Love you, honey. So, and see, these are the things I don't like. Turn yourself in. Evil. If he turns himself in, what is he going to turn himself in and say? I'm turning myself.
Right? It's like
to turn myself in. He didn't do anything so far.
It doesn't make sense. I mean, when he showed like the loving side of him, and then he shows the dark side of him. So it's like it's weird, especially. And I'm for artists. Trust me, I'm an artist myself, but it's still, I don't know. I mean, I have my dark periods, I have my light periods, but almost all of his is dark.
Well, how I see this is, okay, I'm going to just say my opinion, and I do not down your opinion. Oh, wait, there's more. At all. So let me see this. It has been an incredible year by far. My best psychic in the world. I think that they did love each other, okay? And I think that maybe their personalities were, like how they say opposites attract.
Of course.
Sometimes when personalities are...
I'm famous for that one.
When they say, like, some personalities are too similar that they clash, even though, he's artistic in a different way. Listening to Gabby's father say, from the time she was like 9 years old, I don't know what it was, she painted her room in purple, and her idea was to take pink fluorescent paint and just throw it all over the room. She was very artistic. And so I see that in him as well. Now, I'm not going to just take a drawing and say, oh, he's evil, because he could be into Hellboy. He could be into these types of things. And I know Adult Swim has some like crazy things going on. Fight Club and things like that. I mean,
right.
I got to take in consideration of everything that I'm seeing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. But what I'm saying is when most of it is literally one sector and not drawn a bit, because like I said, I am an artist. I actually have paintings everywhere in my house because of what I've done. I went through a cartoon series, and some of these are cartoons, but it's like, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me to pay, with the character that they were saying about him is a specific way. He has a dark side. That's what I'm saying by looking at these pictures. You don't draw, most of the time when we draw through our feelings. We don't draw just because we're just drawing, especially with that type of drawing that he does. And there are some, I don't think it's all on Instagram, but I've seen some more, and they're dark drawing. They're not, it's a feeling drawing. It's not like just a stamp drawing. Do you know what I'm saying?
So you think I'll see a little bit more on TikTok?
TikTok is basically,
where's this at?
I have no idea. That's why it's like he doesn't give location of the drawings really. He just gives location of wherever he is at in the pictures. And that's what makes no sense. I'm wondering if those were,
and this was when 10 weeks ago. Okay. And they set off on, can somebody do some math for me? July 2nd. 10 weeks ago is when this was sent off. Okay. And this was here, and it doesn't seem like they are in Florida. So can somebody tell me about when this was? Cross country road trip.
July 2nd. In July 2nd, they left New York. They didn't start from Florida. They left from New York.
So they went back up to her family's house.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Because
do
I'm
you
guessing that's
know,
where the van was.
from your knowledge, do you know if this man was, I'm gonna let you knew I need you to check comments and be putting stuff down in there for me, please. You knew is gonna hop up. Do you know if he was from New York as well? Love, do you?
No, he was at, okay, you want to know the breakdown on him?
Yeah.
I have everything. So Brian Laundrie was born in Florida, where they are now. Then they moved up to New York when he was in like junior high, high school. Then they moved back down to Florida, and she went to high school with him. She started dating him in high school. 2 years ago, she decided she wanted to move to Florida with him. And then that's why she moved to Florida, was to stay with him and his family. Then her vehicle for that was up in New York. So for the van trip. So they went to New York, and that's where they started.
Okay, so where did she get this van from?
I'm guessing it might have been part of her. I have no idea. From what I'm understanding, it was at her parents' house originally.
Okay, so her parents gave her it. She hooked it up or whatever. It didn't look like an old van. Okay, it looks really nice. Like I'm thinking about like, oh, dude, I really want to do this with like me and like 2 or 3 of my friends and just go, across country.
Yeah.
I really do, because I feel like at this time, I can still do my YouTube, even though I don't profit from it. But I'm doing what I love. I can still do my school and be with people you love and travel. And also, it just seems nice. So maybe they both have this dream. They're young, 23. Come on, And so you're saying, okay, because the guy that I let you guys hear said he had a strong New York accent. Did Brian have, or does he have a strong New York accent is my question.
I've never heard him.
Okay. Anybody in the chat, even if you're not in the chat, you're catching the replay. My IG is down there. Go ahead and contact that. My email is down there. Go ahead and contact that. Do you know if Brian has a strong New York accent? Question 1. Is he from New York originally? Question 2. Is he from Florida originally? Question 3. And if he was from Florida originally, did he move up to New York for a significant amount of time to gather a strong New York accent? Because if that's the case, this number 2 witness, I'm going to have to discredit because some things I just am not sure about. I don't trust either of the witnesses because, like I tell y'all guys, if I'm not there, I can't give you guys 100% answer. I can say if I feel it is kind of right, whatever. But I keep an open mind. But on the second one, I'm a little bit sus. It could have been someone that looked like him. Anything but for them to say the things that I was going back to say. And if you guys can go ahead, toss it in the chat. What are the similarities from what you guys heard from Miranda's statement about Brian and then the second guy? So we heard a backpack. Okay. Both said backpack. One said tarp. One didn't. One said this. One didn't. If you guys can go ahead and put that in the chat or voice it on here, either pop up. I'm going to post it one more time. Because like I said, guys, I do not bite. And I do not only allow content creators up here. I allow the world up here as long as they can be respectful and understand we're talking about serious topics here and we're trying to just help. That's it. So, what did you catch? I'm gonna go to Yunu. What did you catch that was? Did they go to college? Did who go to college? From what I haven't heard of those two going to college, that they've like went on and like talked about or anything like that. So I can definitely dig. That'll be something that I who's that? V did they go to, and I can dig. And this is my thing, guys. I'm not trying to be like, oh, I need help. But look, once I get my channel to where I want it to be, I know that I can dig and do the things that I want to do that I can't do now. So I'm not trying to be the person like, oh, do this for me. No. But here is my Cash App, because I know a lot of the things that I do try to get into, they're asking me to pay and do this and that. I don't keep a bank account or anything like that. So I keep it. That's my business. But this will help for me to get information. You guys know I'm not trying to do it in any type of negative way, whatever. But if you guys can help support the channel, I'm really needing monetization right now. I have all my hours, and I love you guys, okay? Because I'm here for you guys. So I have all my hours. I need to get my subscribers up. I am going to have a giveaway. On top of the giveaway, it's not going to be nothing crazy. It's just going to be, a giveaway. On top of that, I'm going to do a raffle at the same time. And so with the raffle, it's just going to be a Cash App of $5 to $10, depending on which one you do. If you do the 5, the 10, depending on which bracket you go on, it'll be either $100. Well, what? It'll be either, I'm saying it right. It'll be either $100 or $50 that you can decide whether you want a gas card or a actual Visa card with money on it. And all of that I'm trying to keep in a certain account to where when I'm looking into information on people, because I had to actually go out to Las Vegas all on my own dime. And I'm not saying I need you guys to help me, but it would be helpful. Getting my own hotel and things like that when I did the M.I.A case. And, it is hard being a single mom, but this is something I love to do and I love to help. And with the Angelica case, I'm planning on, I know you guys say no, but I'm going to try to play this out in the best way I can possible to get you guys the information that you guys need to understand, because I am on the fence still about it. I don't believe her 100%, but there are things that I know that go on in California to where things can possibly be true. And I just want to give the most honest opinions and things like that. So yes, I'm doing everything through my Cash App, and that's going towards that. And once I get monetized, I already said that there is going to be a foundation that me and all the family we're going to choose in Molly's name. And even if we want to change it, not to exploit her anymore, to put towards a foundation that helps against trafficking. Because me living in California, I've talked to counselors. I've talked to multiple people because I do deal with criminal justice, trafficking, and things like that. And that's why I didn't just write things off, but I do feel like things were fabricated in that story. But I do want to help out not only girls, guys. There was one little boy that he was so smart, so young though. He was 4 years old and can talk like full-on conversation, but I think he was around adults a lot. And that's why he could. And some of the things that he told me of his experience when he was where he was at, I've never even experienced that as an adult. And that's why I just want to take what I'm doing further and just make something I'm passionate about a career. So I'm going to do the giveaway, and I'm also going to do the raffle tickets and things like that. And I learned something on StreamYard to where everything could be random, so you guys don't have to feel like I'm picking a certain person and things like that. I just want to give you guys a chance to help out as well as help me help out. And at the same time, give this girl Molly, we're talking about Gabby right now, I know, give her a more positive outlook than people calling her I don't like to say it, but I'm going to say it this time, the Costco girl, or the girl that did this, the girl that did that. I don't want that. I want her to have a bigger meaning of her life and things like that. So that's the best thing I could think, because I was like, what can I do for her? What can I do for her? And I can't do anything now. But once she gets to a certain age, I was like, maybe we can give this to her. But if she's already coming up in a great life and none of these things happened, why does she need any of that? At least she can have a foundation or something, you know, something that she gave towards through us, everyone that puts her name out there, and then not in a negative way. So that's just where I'm at right now. I'm at my hours. Just got to get the subscribers up. So my stipulations on that is you have to be subscribed to my YouTube channel, and I will know or not. People say they can't know, but it all goes to my YouTube, and I know exactly what day you subscribed. So that, my Instagram, and then I do have a TikTok, but that's not like my main thing that I'm going to have everybody go to. So as long as you are subscribed to my YouTube, also my Instagram, and then you email me, I'm subscribed. Now, here's the kicker. I will add in, and I'm not going to say what I will add in, if someone also subscribes also to my Instagram, and in both on the Instagram say, when they subscribe, they say sent by such and such. And then also in my email, they say I subscribe sent by such and such. I will also add something else onto the person that wins, depending on how many people they help subscribe. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to make the cutoff date. I know everybody's like, why this date? It's going to be Halloween. And then on Thanksgiving is when everything's going to be given out, because I don't want to do it around Christmas, because you guys are also buying things for your family and things like that. And I feel like if I'm able to give that money out before that, you guys can also buy gifts for your family, give it to them and things like that. So it's also helping you guys out, as well as me trying to get my subscribers, also trying to build myself to be able to go to these situations and take you guys on one-on-one trips like I did with M.I.A and show you this is where this happened and things like that. So I definitely just want to make it a family environment, and we work together. So with all that being said, I have a few more things I want to show. Do you want to speak on anything before I start showing some more of the things that I have that I need to show?
No, I just think that they need to find out where she is. He needs to speak up and stop being so daggone silent. We all know those are red flags when people are silent. They got something to hide.
With pain comes strength. Where are the boys? Where's Desiree Thompson? Justice for the boys. Justice for Desiree Thompson. And you know what? We're not going to stop out here. With pain comes strength. I feel that you are from this area for you to even put that up here, because you know what we're going through out here, and it feels like we are literally by ourselves, because you can't say anything, or that's why I don't fully voice how I feel, because I feel like I feel like the police will actually come after me, because I don't feel like everything that the young lady is saying is wrong, but I do feel like a lot of it is fabricated. With the boys, I feel like there was a promise made. And this is my first time ever saying this, ever. There was a promise made to someone in the family. And that's what led to this. So if that helps anyone else out to look into things, I'm not sure if the other channel I was on put out the information that they were supposed to put out to let people know where these children were, these boys, or where they possibly can be, allegedly. But I kept my side of the deal, not deal, but you only could be quiet for so long. And I haven't been one-on-one talking to the cops and knowing that they have the information. I feel like they do. And if people also do look into things that they need to look into, you will also know what I'm saying. I feel like these boys are okay. Okay, so, and even if they're not, we are all going to stand strong by the family and make sure that they were not lost in the system, or just their name will not go in vain, is what I'm saying. So we shall see where everything turns out. And hopefully all these children are found. Summer. I mean, people say racist. I'm not racist. I don't even believe in that. So Summer, the boys. I mean, I have so many kids that I'm also going to give to Yunu, which is like my bestie, I can say, and have her look into some of the kids that are gone in Bakersfield as well. And I want us to do a little series on just Bakersfield. And then I want us to do a series on Bakersfield siblings, because there's so many siblings between Bakersfield and Cal City. It's ridiculous to the point where I don't have room in my phone anymore. And you see that. So, hold on, guys. Let's see. We have Jennifer Noble in the building. Let me go down. Hey, with pain comes strength, sis. Where is your daughter, Desiree Thompson? Okay. Where's with pain comes strength? With pain comes strength. Can you do me a favor, if you can, my love? Would you pop up and just, if you're comfortable, pop up. Hey, Kali Kam, how are you? So, I see you with your daughter, and I seen you on another channel, and I literally wanted to cry with you. And I don't know if I'm saying your name properly, Cherie or Sherry, but if you can come up here and come on panel and just let's chit chat. I mean, we're all here as a family, and whatever I can do to help, I literally, once I get myself together on this whole thing and I can support myself and not, have somewhere in my center go, because I will not bring my child in situations like this. I will fight with you guys. I'm not afraid, and I will fight for justice. I'm not afraid. I'm not, because I know if they want to, my child will be perfectly fine. And I feel like we all need answers, and you definitely need answers, and you just need that backing behind you. We are here for you. So if you can come up here, I mean, probably some of my people don't know what's going on with that, but I didn't get a chance to speak to you when you were on the other platform, but I will speak for you. I would like to speak to you on this platform. And I've called and I've called and I've called, and I believe we have the same experience with these people. And I'm over it. And even me looking into the other little boys, that hurts me a lot, because they just treat me like, I can't even explain how these people treat me when I call. it's like, I don't know. It's like, we don't, like, stop calling here. We don't care. We're not dealing with that. So if you can go ahead and hop on here, I'm going to toss it in there. I don't know if it's not going up there, but even if you need to get yourself together real quick, you could just say, give you a second. I don't mind. Anybody else that wants to hop up here, go ahead. All gravy. Thank you, CaliCom. Thank you. Faith, okay, your phone's back. If you want to hop up, love, you can always do that. I'm trying to get with pain comes strength to come up here because this is a Cali situation and I'm a Cali girl. And yeah, I feel a certain way about that. I'm actually going to have Neil, if you can go ahead and talk a little bit for me. I'm gonna look into a few things.
Oh,
I'm gonna let
somebody just came up.
I'm going to go ahead and let Faith up. And Faith is very, very knowledgeable about things. So if you could go ahead and like, yes, guys, yes, guys.
Okay.
All right, so.
Hey, Faith.
Hi, I'm just trying to make sure my thing's off. Okay.
When I saw your the name, I was like, oh, I already follow her.
How are you?
Been doing?
I'm hanging in there, trying to keep up with the cases now. There's a lot.
Yeah, it is.
But I started with the boys case, so.
Huh?
I started with the boys case, so it's been crazy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have scenarios on stuff, but I just feel like I have a lot of scenarios, but I'm thinking maybe one of them ends up coming true. I don't know. It's just crazy. I feel like he's the kind of guy who, let's put it this way. He doesn't want her, but he doesn't want anybody else to have her. You know what I'm saying? Or are you frozen? I think you're frozen. Hold on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I feel like because of there's guys out there. That's the controlling ones. They don't want the women, but they don't want nobody else to have them. So they rather put them, you know.
I call that narcissistic behavior.
Right. Push them, like literally take them off the earth and then to have anybody else with them. And that's how they feel. And I feel like there's a possibility that this was going on because from my understanding, they have had multiple arguments. They had multiple altercations to get with each other. And I feel like when she scratched him up, I feel like that was defensive wounds. Like she was defending herself and she got at him. And people say, oh, well, she would have told the cops. No, she wouldn't have. Not if he threatened her.
I'm going to be honest about narcissistic abuse. Okay, I was actually in narcissistic abuse. You won't call a cop unless you're in like almost like you're threatened to death. And if he is narcissistic and they were doing this type of road trip, he's gonna make sure there's no area that they could actually have self-service.
Exactly.
My ex actually had me in a situation where we lived. It was hard to get self-service. So yeah.
Because why would you put it where? I mean, why would you take someone and do off with them in a place where they can be found, or they're able to catch the cell service from there, or ping the service, or whatever they say. They ping their phones or whatever. Why would they do that? They're going to do it where there's no one around, no way to get to that person. At least not until they become either corpse, which is basically bones, or where they're not able to recognize them for months until they can find out who the bones belong to.
Right.
That's my scenario, allegedly. Just saying. I just feel like
I agree.
something went on.
And it's not easy to leave that type of relationship. That's what a lot of people don't understand.
Yeah. With pain comes strength. You said it won't let you get on for some reason. Do you have an iPhone or an Android phone? Actually, no, she can get 6 people up here at one time. Right. So do you have an
hers is an iPhone.
Hers is an iPhone. Okay. So when you get on, this is what you do. You click on the stream. You click on the iOS, which is your Safari. And then you have to allow the mic and the mic and the camera. But after you get on, if you don't want to be on the camera, you just click off the camera before you get on here. You can, put your name in there if you've never been on StreamYard, and then it'll let you up. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Sherry. How are you?
I'm fine.
It's Cherie, right?
Cherie or Sherry?
Or Sherry.
It's Cherie.
Cherie?
Yeah.
That's one of my older sister's names. Her name is Cherie.
Yep.
So I have seen you on other platforms, and I want to know what you know, because I know what I know from being in California, and people don't seem to believe me from other states or other places of what really goes on here. It's like brushed aside.
It is.
It is.
It is, especially in California City.
Yeah.
Bakersfield is just as bad, but for some reason with Kern County, especially especially with Cal City, because Cal City is privately owned, so they only have 13 sworn-in officers. So they pretty much feel like they can do what the hell they want to do, and nobody's going to pay any attention.
Mm-hmm.
And I've said it on other platforms. California City was built on corruption, and it's corruption that's keeping it going right now.
Right. Because I tried to explain to people, when going from Bakersfield and you're going into California City, it's desolate.
Absolutely.
There's nothing there. Literally.
It's like on that long, the long stretch going into Vegas, where you have absolutely nothing.
Right. And I had to learn about that too, because I worked in Primm, Nevada, the state line, but I lived in Las Vegas. And a lot of my employees, because I was a manager there, I was like, where do you guys live? Where do you guys live? I don't get it. It was teenagers. And I wasn't that old. I was in my 20s, but they're like, no, on the other side of the mountains, I guess there's like little cities, but from what we can see, there's nothing.
Nothing. Mm-hmm.
Going from Bakersfield to California City, no. There's not even that. It's just dirt and dirt.
And dirt.
Right.
Yeah.
So what do you...
It's that way from where I live to Cal City, because I actually live south of it.
Okay.
It's crazy.
So, Faith, exactly, not with telling everything, where exactly do you live? You're in California. Where exactly do you live in California?
Oh, I live a couple towns south from there. So I actually live in Roseman. I don't care if people know where the hell I live. I really don't.
Okay, and Faith?
Nobody's stupid enough to come knocking on my door, so.
That's where I was from. That's where I was from when I was telling the story about the the narcissistic behavior. That's where I was from. I'm actually in Lancaster.
I
Lancaster. Okay, so you're not that far away from me.
She's not that far from me either. About 15 minutes.
I'm in San Diego.
Yeah.
We're like
in a couple months.
Right.
So
I moved from Cal City in 2014.
Okay. To where? To where you are now?
To where I'm at now, yeah.
And before you were in Cal City, where were you?
Right down in the same area where the boys came up missing.
Bakersfield.
No. In Cal City, where they said the boys came up
where
missing.
they said they came up missing.
Right.
Okay.
So my home was to the left of where they were. There's a bunch of homes over there, housing tract.
Okay.
To the left, and I lived over there.
Now, do you feel like, because me just looking at the area, do you feel like those, honestly, I mean, I know other things, but I just try to, I know that they were not there, but do you feel, no, they weren't. They were not there. And like I keep saying, one day, but I want to make sure the police know, and I don't feel like I don't know if they do or not. One day I will come out with the story of what I found and things like that and what promises were made to certain people in the family. And I feel like I am talking too much now. But do you feel that even if they were missing for that amount of time, that if they did that big of a sweep, those boys would just not be found?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
They were never there.
They were never there.
The dogs never smelt anything outside of that house because whatever they brought in was in. They never were in the backyard. There were no footprints. Nope. What wood were you looking for? You got to it. Like, what? Stop. It just doesn't make sense.
It's just lies. It's lies on top of lies on top of lies. And the sad part about it is there's two little babies that we don't know where the hell they are because of this.
For some reason,
this is why I started speaking out on my daughter, because when everything started happening with the boys, it was like everybody seemed to believe the police department out there and all this kind of stuff. And I'm sitting up there, I'm already 9 years in with the police department out there at this point. And I just started telling my daughter's story over again and putting it out there on social media, as far as on YouTube, because it was already on social media, but I started putting it out there on YouTube on the different channels because I didn't want anybody to sit up there and think that they could trust and believe in that police department out there, because that police department does not give a damn about nobody.
No one.
Mm-mm.
Nobody.
No one. It doesn't matter, because look how tight knit they are.
Yeah. Well,
they're very tight. Look at who is dealing
sad.
with who.
It's sad when the detective that had came in from LA to work the case, he goes to the city and to the the head of the police chief and everything, and he tells them, look, these 6 cases can be solved with just a little bit more work and resources. The city officials told him, we're not going to worry about the dead ones, we're going to worry about the live ones.
When you said that pissed me so, oh my God, I was so pissed off. So your daughter was not found, so how do we know she's dead? So don't even give me that story. And even if, so that means because you're dead.
But you know what? My daughter would. Okay. I still hold hope for my daughter to be found alive, but to be honest with you, I don't believe she is. And I don't believe she is because I know what happened that night with her husband. I know how she described him, the anger that she described him with. She was scared to death because of him. And the fact that, you know what, if you can pull a shotgun on somebody's face, you're capable of doing anything.
Anything.
And he did that in front of my 4-year-old granddaughter.
Right. And you said she had some issues.
You know, yeah. So he has no, and then on top of it, now you have to look at the scenario where, okay, he's done everything in his power right now to keep from getting caught.
Right, right.
So if your wife meant anything to you, why are you not here looking for her? Why were you out looking for fake ID and social security numbers? Why did you keep on running? Why, when there was people that didn't know anything about what happened with my daughter, asked you, hey man, how you doing? How's Desiree? How's your wife? And he had the nerve to say, who?
Exactly.
So come on. He's guilty as hell. There, if she was alive, he had no reason to be running.
Right. Right.
So,
it's like the situation we're dealing with now. Why are you being silent? And I'm not going to say this person is guilty because that's just not me. But everybody, we have a new sub in the building, and y'all know how I do it. We toss the hearts in the chat. I don't care what color it is. But if you really know what my favorite emoji is, you'll do it. It's either sloths or pandas. So that's how we show everybody new love in the building. But no, I definitely do think that, do you think that if we got a good group of people, because I was upset when I heard the phone call. And I know you guys were kind of like, oh, well, it wasn't enough said and, you can't get in trouble. No, you can't. There wasn't, nothing went on in there for you guys to get in trouble. But for them to say, oh, well, that person is not even here. And that will give me so much. I would just feel like I wasn't even helped in this situation. You guys don't even care about my daughter's situation.
And I've already done that. I've already felt that, because when I found him in 2015 and took the information to them, and they told me he was no longer on parole and no longer, the warrant expired. That was a big issue.
Right.
And they wouldn't even go out and speak to him when he's the only person of interest.
That's just like the situation now. Was he the last person with her?
He was the last person. She walked out of an apartment complex, and I know after the conversation I had with her on the phone, I know she called him regardless of what I said. I know my daughter, and I know how she felt about him, regardless of the idiot he was. She loved him, and she believed in her marriage. So I know my daughter called him. I know he came there. My gut is telling me. So
they were married?
Yes.
Was there any paperwork involved in that? Like, life insurance or anything?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
And
what his case was he got mad because she had called him and put his things out.
Mm-hmm.
She was tired of his mess. He had got on drugs. When he came that night, there's no telling what kind of drugs he was on, because she said she had never ever seen him like that. He had been drinking, and I believe he was doing not only crack but meth and probably something else. I know he smoked weed all the time, but that's not a problem. It's the other drugs and the liquor being mixed in with it.
Yes.
So, with that being said, she said he came in and it was like she wasn't even looking at him. That's what I told her. She wasn't. She was looking at demons.
And when a guy gets that look in their eyes, I've seen it. Like, once I get more deep in this, I'm going to do story time with my main people. And I just want to tell my story of situations that I was in, similar to what you're talking about. And
I've been in them too.
Females need to understand that these things don't change.
No,
they don't
get better. And that's what I told her. You can't change him. He has to want to change. And so what you have to do is walk away and let him decide whether you're worth him changing or not.
Hold on, Miss Cherie. it doesn't even matter if he wants to change, because I've had a situation where, yeah, he wanted to change, but could he change? And no, it got worse and worse and worse to the point where I was like, I didn't care about myself. I didn't care if I lived till tomorrow.
Right.
That's how bad it got. And some men don't understand that they can get we're strong. But in certain situations, we can be broken down.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But
Absolutely.
physically, the things we go through, yeah, we're strong, but some things we give into because we feel like we could change this person and we could this and we could that. And it's never gonna happen.
And that's exactly how she that's exactly how she felt. And I kept telling her, you can't change him. You can't change him. You're just gonna have to walk away from that and leave it alone. The problem is the money she was waiting on didn't come in time. So she put him out and he came back and retaliated.
Right. And did he have friends around him when he would be in these situations? You can't hear me?
Yeah, it's messed up.
Can you hear me?
It's crackling.
Can you guys hear me?
I hear you fine.
I can hear you.
I don't know if it's yours.
There you go.
Okay. I was gonna say I can get on these, but I don't really like to get on these.
Yeah, it was like echoing and crackling, but you're fine now.
Okay. So was he around friends when this was going on, or was it just him and her?
No, there was his homeboy was there and his homeboy's girl was there when it happened.
His homeboy and his homeboy's girl.
Uh-huh. And his homeboy is the one that got in between the gun and my daughter. And actually got him to leave the house that night. So they went and dropped him off, and then the homeboy went to jail because my daughter went to the neighbors and called the police. And by the time they had dropped her husband off and got to Fast Strip out there in Cal City to put gas in the car, when he came out of the store, the store was surrounded. They took him to jail for warrants that he had, impounded the car, and took her back to my daughter's house.
I'm not ignoring you. Hold on. So it was your daughter.
Mm-hmm.
It was it your daughter's homegirl's boyfriend, or was it her boyfriend's?
It was her husband's homeboy.
Husband.
And his homeboy's girlfriend was there.
Okay. And then him. Okay. And so
my granddaughter.
Did this homeboy do the same things with him? The same type of activity?
I'm quite sure they did. They were both of them were gone. The girls were at the house. My daughter and the other girl were at the house. And my daughter, that's when my daughter had got mad and she packed up his stuff. She said she packed his stuff up and put it outside. She called him and told him come get his stuff. It was sitting outside. So he came once, beat on the door. He didn't knock. He beat on the door. She wouldn't open it. And they left. And then he came back a short time later, only this time he kicked in the door.
Okay.
And that's when the gun came into play.
So okay, look. So he kicked in the door. And this was when? This was how many days before you found out that she was missing?
Oh, this all happened in one night.
So wait a minute.
Yeah. So when he kicked in the door and she called the police, all this stuff was going on at about 2-3 o'clock in the morning on January 7th. My daughter came up missing around 9 p.m. January 7th.
Okay. Around 9 what?
9 p.m.
Okay, and then you said, but a.m. is when all the drama went on.
3 a.m., just past midnight. It was 2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, so how do you know around 9 p.m. is when she went missing? Did you talk to her any time between that time?
I talked to her at 8:30. And so when I went over there the following morning on the 8th, the young lady told me that she had already called the police and reported her missing. So I told her, I said, well, let me call the
Do you know for sure? Do you know for sure you talked to her at 8:30?
Yeah.
Okay.
I talked to her around 8:30. So when
then after that 8:30 point, what happened after that now? So
I didn't go back. I had told her to call me when she got home if she could. Use the neighbor's phone.
No. Okay, stop. Where was she at 8:30?
She had left her house at 6 p.m. She was going to go get a cigarette from Cactus Liquor, but somehow she ended up she had walked all the way over to a mutual friend of her and her husband's. She called me at 8:30.
Okay, I'm writing this down. So she left her house at what time?
Around 6
a.m.
No, p.m.
p.m. Okay, so let me track it back. So this argument went on, and I'm gonna have to change my thing, but I do want to get into this. So around 2 to 3 a.m. January 7th, right?
January 7th.
When he kicked the door in. The confrontation went on.
Right.
Right? Okay.
And the first domestic call was made at that time. Around that time period. Because she went over to the neighbor's house to call the police.
So she made that first call around what time at the neighbors?
I guess probably around 2 or 3, whenever everything happened. I don't know. I don't know the exact time. Okay. I just know that everything happened in the early morning hours around 2, 3 p.m. or 2, 3 a.m.
Okay. But then you talked to her at...
I talked to her at 10 o'clock. I talked to her at 10 o'clock that morning.
A.M.?
I had asked her to come home with me, but she didn't want to leave her house. Mm-hmm.
A.M. So 10 a.m. you spoke to her.
Yes.
And what was that conversation about?
She told me what had happened because I had went over there. I couldn't call her, and she wasn't answering any messages. I guess she said that he did something to her phone. He had broke it or took it or something. I don't remember.
Did something to her what?
Her phone.
Okay.
Her cell phone. That's why she didn't have one. And that she had to go, when he busted in the door, she had to go to a neighbor's house to use their phone in order to call the police department.
Okay. So that was around
because I hadn't heard from her. I knew they were having problems. And at this point, I didn't have nothing to do with him, period. I was done with him. Okay. So I went over there to check on her because she wasn't responding to my calls. And so when I went over there, she had told me to go through the sliding glass door. And I really didn't think nothing about it because I figured she was like cleaning or something. Okay. I didn't know. So I just went through the sliding glass door. But when I went through out of my peripheral, I seen all the living room furniture piled up against the door. And I was like, what the hell happened?
So don't get upset with me. Miss Cherie, don't get upset with me because I'm following a timeline because I'm detailed like that. So I'm going to start from where it kind of makes sense to me. 2 to 3, okay, a.m. Domestic issues to the point where she needed to go to the neighbor, okay, to get in contact with somebody, the police, because he had taken her phone, okay? By 10 a.m., you spoke to her, right?
Right.
After that point, now we started kind of bouncing back and forth. So 10 a.m., tell me that next timestamp.
10 a.m. is when I went over there and I physically saw her. And then I asked...
Where?
at her house, at her apartment.
So, okay, hold on. Give me a second. Saw her physically at a PT. And this is an apartment that she lived with him?
Yes.
Do you mind giving me that address?
I don't know what the address is. I know it's
not the address, but like the area.
Yeah, it's
or the apartment complex.
It's a little duplex, and it's off of Cal City Boulevard and 68th Street. It's the only duplex that sits there.
Cal City Boulevard and 68th Street.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And then so from that point, what did you do from your daughter going from she's telling you we have this incident? He took her phone. So after he takes her phone, you get there. Does she get her phone back?
No. So I told her at that point, I said, well, you guys need to come to my house. And she told me, she said, well, he threatened you and the kids too. And I was like, I'm not worried about him coming to my house. He's not that stupid. He's not gonna come to my house.
Right.
I got a police officer who live right next door.
Right.
He's not coming to my house. So so anyway, she refused, and I told her, I said, well, the baby's not staying, she's going with me. I'm gonna take her home.
Okay, so hold on. So we're at 10 a.m. when you pull up. You say, okay, yeah, this is all going on, whatever. At this point, the confrontation is a little bit calmed down.
He's gone. He's out. He's gone somewhere.
So wait, at what point does he leave? From 2?
She doesn't come up missing until that night.
No, I know that, Mama. I know that, love. But from the 2 to the 10 a.m., when does he go leaving?
When did
he dip off?
He left in the middle of the night.
So he dipped off before you got there.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I never saw him. He called me like he always did. He would always call me and try to put all the blame on her whenever they got into an argument.
Mm-hmm. It sounds familiar. And then what time around that did he call you and then try to say, oh, she was
right.
That?
It was right after. He called me multiple times. I just didn't pay any attention to the times because he called me. He called me before she came up missing, and he called me after she came up missing.
Okay, so we're gonna go to before. So okay, after the 3 o'clock a.m. because you get there by 10. When does he call you before that to be like, oh, she's tripping and I'm leaving? What time about there does he call you?
In the morning. I think it was in the morning time. I don't know what time.
Before 10 though, before 10 a.m.
I believe so.
Because it had to be before you went over there. So before 10 a.m., but in the middle, but after 3 a.m. So can you kind of like give me a ballpark of when that would be? Because like 3 a.m. is like you still dark outside. 10 a.m. we're bright as heck. So in between them, like a ballpark within 3 hours, what do you think would be between the 3 a.m. and the 10 a.m. that he probably contact you like, Mom, she's tripping?
I don't know, probably around 8 or 9, I guess, in the morning. I don't even remember. I don't remember. But it was something natural for him. I didn't pay any attention to the time because
it was
I didn't
normal.
want to hear anything he had to say to me in the first one. Okay. I wasn't even talking to him at that point in time.
Okay.
I had nothing to do with him at that point in time. And nothing that would come out of his mouth could have made me think anything anyway.
Okay.
And so when I was over there, when I was over there, I kept telling her, you guys need to come. You don't need to stay here. And that was her first apartment that she ever had of her own. She didn't want to leave her apartment. So I said, okay. I said, well, look, if you need me, go to the neighbor and call me. I'm taking the baby and going home because I had her other kids at home.
And wait,
and
she
my
had
son.
How many kids?
Huh?
How many kids? She had 3?
Well, she has 4.
4. It was 4. Okay, 4 kids.
3 boys and a girl.
How many did she have by him?
None.
None.
Thank
So
God.
was I heard something about her possibly being pregnant by him?
There was a possibility that she was
Okay.
pregnant when this happened, but that was never confirmed, so I don't know.
Okay. So they would know if she was found. They would find, okay. And just if you could give a ballpark, what if she was pregnant, how many months do you think possibly she could have been? Just by looking at your daughter, you know how you look at your kid and you're like, because my mom was like, you're pregnant. And I was like, no, I'm not. At the time I found out, I was already 5 months.
Yeah. No, if it was, she was in the very, very early stages of pregnancy.
So first trimester.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when she was pregnant, she didn't want to be around anybody but me anyway. Once she started getting some size to her, you know, she didn't want to be around anybody with me. She was with
her
all
mommy.
the kids.
Aw.
You know what? She would come and sleep in my bed. She would come and sleep in my bed.
I was like that. I wanted to sleep with my son's father, but at the same time, it was something that I needed from my mom that just to like cradle behind her gave me so much comfort. I don't know what it was.
Yeah,
but
she would with all her kids, she would come and sleep in my bed every time with every last one of them. And especially the closer she got to delivering, she was glued to my bed.
Oh,
yeah.
That is so adorable.
I was there for all the births.
That's another topic I'm talking about. Memories, do they matter? Would you rather have them? I have so much stuff to talk about on this channel, but this would be even a great thing for you to even come on here and talk about, because honestly, talking and speaking to people, especially in these times that we're dealing with, it seems like you're alone. And I want to let you know right now, you're not alone. Okay? And I don't want you to ever feel like that. Any of these contacts down here, you can contact me. You're in the same state as me. If I have to come meet with you and talk to you and people be like, why do you do that? Why don't you care? Because I don't feel like, I'm not afraid. Okay. And I feel like people do need people they can talk to, because I need the same thing at times. And I do feel for you and your daughter, because I know how it is out here. My cousin that I said I do not claim, the people that are trafficking her don't treat her as bad because she's so willing to do it. She loves the attention she gets from it. She loves throwing her everything towards them, so they don't feel like she's a threat, because she's the type that will go try to recruit and things like that. And that's the reason why I don't claim her, because she has brought in my name into things to where I never was exposed to that type of life until I had to get into law, get to see how to separate myself from things, because they told me I would have to walk around with a card proving that I was me at all times. And I said, what? I will not do that. I don't have a record, and I will not do that, because I don't even know what's going on. And I don't feel like I have to walk around with a card proving that I'm me, having you guys put my finger on the print to prove I'm me at all times, because she was using my identity. I said no. And this is here in California, in LA, because they allow things like that. Yeah. And we have to step up as women, because men, yeah, they are dominant, but they feel like they can control every single thing that goes on. And we need to stand up as women. And the men in here need to help us out as well, because you can see we're not just downing you guys as men. And I'm sure not. I'm on your side as much as I can be. I wouldn't, like with the Gabby situation, I had a male in here saying, I'm surprised that you think the way you think. Yes, because I do not think one way. And I don't. And that's why I feel like I can help a lot of people, because I think outside of the box, and I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. So with me asking you these questions, I hope you're not taking it personally, and I hope you're not taking it as I'm like trying to grill you or anything like that. I really do want to understand, because actually what I'm going to do is we could talk about this here, But my email is down there. Do you have Instagram?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. If you can give me your number, I will actually give you my personal number.
Okay.
Not my Instagram number. I mean, not my YouTube number, but I want to talk to you because I want to put a whole timeline together of everything.
Okay.
And I do want to help you out. I'm not asking for anything, and I'm not. This is just something I'm passionate about. And I'm also in school. I restart my classes on the 18th. Like, these are things that I really love to do, and I want to find out what's going on. I'm here for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate anybody who's willing to talk about my daughter and get her case out there, because it'll be 10 years in January, and this has just gone far too long.
10 years too long. And we're not going to do that with the boys. We're not going to do that with anybody else. We're not going to continue this with your daughter, because there are answers out there, and we need these answers.
I know somebody knows, because honestly, I think there was somebody that helped him, because you have to think of the situation. If his car was impounded, how did he get to her? He would have had to get somebody to take him, or he would have had to borrow somebody's car.
Now, my thing is, do you believe, how long was he with her?
Oh, they were together, I think 3 or 4 years, maybe. Married for, I believe, 2 years. Or going on 2 years.
Okay. So, I mean, that's a short relationship. Who wrote that in there? Dang. Some of these go up too fast, and I wanted to thank somebody.
Yeah, I believe they were together like at least 3 to 4 years, and they were married for almost 2, I believe.
So how did the marriage go? Were you invited? What type of marriage was
it? They took a trip to Vegas with his mama and came back married. So and I knew nothing about his domestic violence. He has prior domestic violence with his wife.
So they eloped with. So they eloped with his mother.
Yes.
And can I ask you this? And I don't get into race. Can I know what is your nationality completely?
I'm Caucasian.
Okay, and your daughter?
Black.
She's not just black, baby. So she's white and black.
Yep.
Okay. You gotta know you put your thing in there too, okay?
Well, my grandfather's Creole, so she's more black than she is white.
Okay, so like me, because people are like, well, you're black. No, you're Creole. Because I'm gonna say my grandparents so you'll know what I am. On my mom's side, my grandfather is Chinese. My grandmother is Panamanian. On my dad's side, they are both Creole. So people are like, you're not black. I'm like, well, yeah, there's black in there. And if I get pulled over, honestly, you as a Caucasian woman, what would I look like to you? Honestly.
Black. Thank you.
Thank you for being honest. People be like, I don't know. Stop. We're going to keep it real over here.
All right.
So you're Caucasian and then, okay, black. What was he? So she's white and black, or I'll say Creole. And what was the dad? Not the dad, but her boyfriend.
Her husband was black.
Can I say something real quick?
What?
Is it possible that his mom helped him since she helped him get eloped?
Well,
I don't believe she helped hurt my daughter.
No,
but she has helped him ever since. She has helped him get away.
Not hurt her, but actually helped him get where he got to get.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, that's what.
So wait a minute, because I've heard some things like this that she was very helpful monetary wise.
Oh yes, all the time.
Can you give me a little bit more information? Mom, where was she from originally?
They were from they lived in Hawthorne, California.
Okay, I need to go a little bit deeper than that. Was any of her family not from the West Coast? West side?
I have no idea.
You don't know. Okay. And his last name?
Gibson.
You know what? I'm gonna get into some of this deeper stuff later on. Is that already out? Is that public info? Because I don't want to be doxing anybody.
Yeah, it's out there. His last name is Gibson. His name is Edward Gibson III.
And where's his father?
With his mama, where his dad is supposedly a preacher.
Okay.
Those are the worst ones.
So the father would be the second, right?
Yes.
And do you know where he's preaching at?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have some information. I don't want to put it out there.
Don't dox. We're not gonna dox, but I do want
because I don't know how much of YouTube social media they watch.
We're not even gonna go into all of that because I already know people will try to act crazy with me because I see stuff too, and I just look into stuff. Hey, LaKendra, how are you? I hope you're doing well with your health and everything. Girl, we are all here for you. You know the family loves you. Yes, I can drop the link, Jennifer. I'm gonna let you guys know I have not chose a streaming place that I want to use yet because I'm still new, and so I can only have 6 people up here. So Jennifer is gonna pop up here, and
that's my girl Jennifer Nobles.
She gonna pop up here, y'all.
That's my sister.
Yeah.
Talk about this situation, but I do want to get more info from you because I'm trying to really help these little boys that went missing, right? Like almost a year before Cal City boys, their brothers as well. And the police up there is so rude.
Yes, they are.
I mean, to the point where it's like disrespectful. Like, I'm just asking normal public questions. They don't want you to dig. And I'm gonna dig. I'm sorry. I'm gonna dig.
You're gonna find out about their corruption.
Oh.
Are those kids also black? The ones that are missing? Okay.
Yes.
I get it now. I see the
I can pull them up. I'm actually gonna probably try to pull them up. Hold on, let me see. And this is when I first started YouTube, guys, so I was very nervous and everybody's like, why are you talking so slow? I was very, 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 very nervous trying to even start doing this. I heard somebody pop up. Let me pop you in, Jennifer. So I'm also gonna go through here and try to see if I can find it real quick. Is Jennifer up yet, y'all?
Yep. I see her. Must be sitting outside in the back, huh?
It's lagging.
Hi, I'm here. Hi, everybody.
Hey. Hello, Jennifer. How are you?
Hi, Sheree. Hi, Faith.
Hey.
Okay, I'm not going to pull it up, but if you go on my playlist, you'll see the 2 little boys. A lot of people are telling me, because I've been trying to look for their information, that they are in the system. I have not found that to be true, so I'm not going to say that. And they do have special needs, so I'm not going to say that either because I don't know.
I think that it's lagging big time on my end.
But you will have, if you are watching it on another screen, it will be 10 seconds delay. Let me click different ones and see how they pop up. There we go. That's bigger. No. No, I like this one better. It's the bigger one. So go ahead. Can you hear me, Jennifer? Jen?
I hear crickets.
I heard crickets too. Jen, can you hear her?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna we're gonna need to be like making a timeline and getting down on this California City, and then because the children.
I can hear you guys. Can you not hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can hear you, Jen.
I think we're hearing a little bit of a delay. I think she's getting the delay because she's probably on another device, but
yours. It's crackling.
I hear the creak, 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 creak. I hear crickets.
You're crackling.
I'm actually going to shut this down, so we're not even going to use that anymore. Can you hear me, Yunu?
You're crackling.
Me?
You're fine. I hear everything's fine. Talk again.
Can you hear me?
Let me see. Let me turn this up real quick.
Because I've shut everything down, so it's just us now.
You know,
Can you hear me?
I don't know if you guys can hear me or not, and I don't want to talk over you. I'm not
You
trying
No,
to.
you're fine. Go
but there's a
ahead.
delay,
Go ahead. I can
obviously,
hear
so
you.
if I'm doing that, I'm not trying to.
You're good. Go
You're
ahead.
fine. You're fine. Everybody's fine.
Can you hear me? Yunu?
Yes, I can hear
Okay.
you clearly.
So we're good. Faith, are you okay?
No.
Yeah, I'm just
Faith
on
is
mute.
good. You can hear me too? Okay, so we're all good.
Yeah, I
So
can.
it's between Cherie and Jen.
I'll
So
hop off and then
Jen,
get back on. It's not working.
Where'd Jen go?
Where did Jen go?
Yeah, where'd Jen
I
go?
think she hopped off and is gonna come back on.
Yeah, she's gonna have to come back on. It's lagging on her end.
Hmm.
You see how spoiled my dog is? She wanted to be up here while I'm on this live.
Mine is sitting right next to me. She's right there.
Mm-hmm. What kind of dog is that?
She's Papillon and Chihuahua.
Oh, okay. Mine is a applehead deer chihuahua. She has like deer body and an apple head.
I just got mine a month ago.
Oh no, I had this one since 2000. Well, she was born in 2013, but I've had her for about a good 4 years now.
No. Yeah, I just got this one because I have two big shepherds, and both of my shepherds I've had one for 3 years, and the other one is going on a year old, and I've had them since they were 5 weeks old.
Oh wow!
But I wanted something little that could just like chill with me, so she's a rescue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this one she thinks she's a security dog, like she's so tiny. She's literally 5.2 ounces. And she thinks she's a big old dog. She barks at everybody that comes up my road that tries
This
to
one
get my
doesn't.
driveway.
This one tries to hop in everybody's lap.
Oh, lap dog.
She's
This
really
one is
sweet.
friendly, but she's like my security dog. Nobody could come around me without her barking at them first.
Yeah. This one, she's just a love.
Yeah.
Poor thing that never even had a name until we got her.
Oh wow.
She's a year old. She never had a
Okay.
name.
What's her name?
Bella.
Oh, Bella. I've had a Bella before. This one's Lola.
My granddaughter named her.
I like Bella. That means pretty.
Yep.
So, with everything that since the last time you spoke to them, have you gotten any additional information when John Q called?
Nope. I called and had made the phone call, and then he wasn't there, so I left a message. It went to his voicemail. But what I have found out since is that the detective that is on the case is Detective Brandenburg, and he is he's been out of town for a family funeral. And then I put a call into Detective O'Quinn, who had been working on the case prior. And he is dealing with COVID right now. Yeah, so those 2 phone calls, I'm still waiting for them to get back to me. But what I found out yesterday, which was something that I didn't know all this time, is that my brother has his best friend that he went to school with. I mean, they've been best friends all their lives. Well, he actually works for the LA County Sheriff Department.
Mm-hmm.
And my brother had told me that his friend had been digging and trying to find whatever he could find on, in his extra time on my daughter's case.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what I didn't know is that he actually has worked with Brandenburg and Detective O'Quinn. And he said that those 2 detectives will not stop, even if just like they ran O'Quinn out,
right?
He said O'Quinn will not stop looking. He will not stop working those cases. Somehow, even he'll continue to work these cases. And that the same thing with Brandenburg.
So
and so that kind of gave me a little more hope, huh?
I ended up on this question because I was asking you about his nationality, and you said he was black. That's it.
As far as I know.
Okay.
I don't know of any other nationality for him.
So there is no, because why was I hearing like there's a possibility of him having ties to Mexico?
I don't know. Okay. That's somebody blowing smoke up their butt.
Okay. Just wondering.
That boy ain't no Mexican nowhere. Nothing.
And his parents are really not giving you no type of nothing.
I haven't talked to his mother since she called me and told me they was gonna shoot her baby.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Can you spell out his first and last name so I have it spelled correctly?
Edward, EDWARD.
Mm-hmm.
Gibson, GIBSON.
SON. Just like that.
Yep.
And he is the third.
He is the third.
Okay.
And if you do a search on him, do a search on him, he's going to come up deceased. He's not.
That's what I'm saying. He has a common name, so when I look it up, it's like,
It comes up as he's deceased before 2009, and her and him didn't get married until around 2009.
So is that his real name?
Yes. He's not using his name. I don't know what name he's using. He was out there looking for fake IDs and socials. He could be under anybody's name.
I had an ex, right? And he kept telling me, like, because I kept finding things that he was lying. And then he kept saying, oh, well, because my mom was using my name. And I'm like, what? Come to find out, like, this whole time he wasn't using his real name. We were together for some years, too. And, like, just everything. And he was from Palmdale. Lancaster, he was living in. Then he went to Palmdale. And then he went to Vegas. But so much stuff was a lie. And he was just able to come up with all these identities.
Out in the Lancaster, Palmdale, freaking LA, you can get fake IDs all day long, every day. Fake ID, fake socials. Yeah. So I know at some point he probably got one. And that's probably what he's using right now. Okay. Because everything pretty much stops with that deceased on him.
Part of it, yeah.
So
do you know of what's the most recent picture you have of him?
From March.
Like this recent March or?
Yep.
Okay. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but okay.
Yep.
Because I've been seeing, I'm like, I don't know. It just seems a lot sketchy to me.
Yeah, you know, he was out here under their noses for a long time, but I haven't felt like he was out here
Mm-hmm.
in a while. So,
No, he
but he
definitely
could, he
did.
could, yeah, he could travel. He was traveling between, you know, Lancaster, Palmdale, probably down from his mama's house at the time, all the way back out to Cal City. But he wasn't afraid to be in Cal City. So,
Nah, he probably had connections.
yeah, he wasn't afraid to be out there because when I found him, he was sitting right under their noses.
Okay. And so, Mom, you honestly feel like there's no other anything. This is who you feel like there's no doubt in your mind.
No,
Okay.
no doubt in my mind, he did something.
And if he didn't do it, he knows what happened.
Yep.
Okay. Jennifer, do you want to speak? Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. So it's going on 10 years since her daughter's been missing, and then we have the newer case of allegedly, let's call it, where the boys went missing from same city. So we have the same town, and the cops just like do what they do, research a little bit, and then we have nothing now.
Make
So it's going
excuses.
on 9 months for them, and yeah. So I'm not by any means a cop basher at all, but I don't understand how the Cal City Police Department lets that case go the way that they did with Cherie's daughter. Has nothing, no justice, no anything. And here we are this many years later, and there's nothing happening. Like, how does that happen? Is this the same thing that's going to happen with the boys case? Because there's just nobody's going to fucking call anything on it. Sorry, I have a sailor mouth.
Right. But Jen, that's the same thing.
People, nobody's going to keep. There's no pressure put on anybody, and why is that? That's the part I don't understand.
But remember, Jen, I told you about Devery and the evidence that they have on her that they haven't even processed.
And why? So there's still no pressure put on them. It takes a bunch of people in the community to go and start saying things and start this now, this many years later. It's so wrong. And my eyes are being opened from this or to this now, just in the last 9 months.
Right.
Yep. The ones that you're supposed to trust to protect and serve don't protect and serve anybody.
They protect and serve themselves.
Absolutely.
You find a selected few that will help you out. And that's just that.
I was going to say some of them do, and a lot of them do, but then there are a selected few. Like Cherie said, there's only 13 in Cal City. Okay, so 13 is not very many. I'm not even sure how many are in Bakersfield, Cherie just got off.
If she pops back up, I got her.
The link. Okay.
I'm going to toss it in there. Oh, no, she popped in.
Sorry about that.
Right.
I accidentally hit something.
I mean, I know, Cherie, for you, it's so emotional. And, being that I have a daughter that's 22 years old right now, and I have 2 other children that are smaller, like this all hit me so back in the end of December, beginning of January, when I heard about the boys, and I get super emotional about all this. And then I've met you along the way, and I've met so many amazing people, and we've all come together. And then all of a sudden I'm this person that gets on YouTube all the time. It seems ridiculous almost, but it's for a reason, like you've said to us in our private group that we have, there's a purpose for all of us meeting each other, and there's a reason we all come together. We all have, there's all different walks of life, and I'm not somebody that's like in law enforcement or investigating or any of that stuff. I have friends that I have met along the way. They dig, they're sleuths. I mean, it's crazy shit. They dig. And then we have just, I don't know even what I'm trying to say, like people that just come together and just become friends, just to talk to each other. You know, you and I do. We
Right.
talk on a personal level, and you've told me about your
Absolutely.
daughter, and my heart just goes out to you. You know, you have your daughter, who was 30, right, when she went missing,
Yes. She'll be 40 this month.
and right, and next week.
Ooh, I'm that too close to
Yeah,
me. Sorry.
actually,
Her
it's the
birthday is
same
on the
birthday as you,
23rd.
Faith. Honestly, um, I didn't tell you that,
Huh?
but yeah, it's Faith and I have become united. We stand sisters, is what we have developed along the way. Let's say, looking into the boys' case and becoming friends, and we're virtual
Right.
sisters, basically, is how we've all become. But we're more than virtual. We're we're friends. We talk on a personal level. We chat in our groups. We fight in our groups like everybody else does.
Don't
On
mention the
a
fight.
personal level with real people and real friends. I mean, but it's just it is just life. Um, but my point is that we all came together and we all do our own thing. We have, like, you have your background, Faith. Cherie has her background. I have my background. Roro has hers. All the people that we've met along the way, that have brought us together, and we're not spreading lies, and we're not spreading rumors, and we try to just bring awareness.
Right.
And I don't know, along the way, it's become very eye-opening for me, because if I had a child that went missing, I honestly couldn't tell you what I would do. um, I couldn't tell you, like, where I would stop, where I would even start. Like, you talk about there's so many things, like, you go out to all these fields, like, Roro has done with the bio family, and they've done all these things, and all these strangers, like, all came together and formed a small community amongst each other, and just go out searching and do their thing, and try to bring awareness, and there's still no answers in the end, and I don't know.
Yeah, I think, like you were saying, I think that I'm a firm believer that everything happens for a reason. I'm a firm believer that, you know, when God's going to put things in your path that you need, and he's going to take away the things that aren't for you. So with that being said, we've seen a lot fall off, and we see a lot of good that are still with us. So
Yeah.
as we continue down this journey, that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to continue to make the negatives fall off, and we're going to have a community of strong people to stand up and fight for the rights of these people that can't fight for themselves anymore. The ones that don't have a
We
voice
have to be
anymore.
their voice, right?
Exactly. That's why I
Right.
feel so strongly, not just for my daughter and the boys, but for the other 7 cases out there, because they don't have voices either. Cal City doesn't
Right.
care about them either, you know, and and after a certain period of time, well, 2 of them, they don't have any family to speak up for them. They can't find any family for them. And the other ones, I don't speak to them, but Deveree's mom is in contact with some of the other ones, family members. But I'm pretty sure they're really as tired as I am and as she is, dealing with this. That we should not be sitting here this many years later and not have answers. You
No, you
I
know,
agree
shouldn't.
with that.
there's just no way. It's just the fact that you've got cops out there that don't give a damn. You've got a city that doesn't give a damn. You know, the town was built on corruption. It's filled with corruption through and through, and they feel like they can do whatever they want to. It's a private police department. I'd like to know who the heck owns the doggone police department, because he need to be sued too. He needs to be investigated too. Because how can you sit back comfortably and sleep at night knowing that you own a police department with officers in there that don't give a damn about the people in the town that you represent? It's sad. It's just a sad
It
situation.
makes you wonder if they ever put themselves in those shoes.
And it's just like I told that officer that day. If this was your child, you would have every law enforcement agency out here for your child.
Yep.
But because this is my child and my child is black, you guys don't give a damn. That's why you're not.
That's how I feel they are.
That's why you're not going to go knock on his door where he's at right now and question him. When I just gave you the information and I just told you where he's at and he's there now, but you won't go talk to him. But he's the only person of interest in my daughter's case. And if I had went over there and knocked on the door myself, I'd have been in jail. So I couldn't jeopardize myself going over there because I have her children to look out for.
I am really surprised that
they do that a lot, don't they? They threaten more out there. If you do anything, you're gonna go to jail for everything. It's like not even the laws. It's even things they don't like. They threaten you out there.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous
because it's their town. They make the rules.
Yeah,
sound like they're hiding things.
They are. They're hiding all that corruption out there. The corruption out there is deeper, and I promise you, it's deeper than anybody thinks it is. And I've been saying that from the beginning.
For 10 years.
Well, what do you think when people in law enforcement are also clicked up with criminals and they're doing their dirt with the criminals and they're keeping their alliance with certain people?
Yep.
You see it. I mean, even though weed is not that big of a deal, things that come along with dispensaries and weed and all that, I'm not saying I don't know a lot of the story because I do know a lot about it. I just don't try to get too deep in it. But there is a lot of things going on out there, and it's hard to get the whole country involved because they think that, oh no, it's just you guys are in that area and that's what you guys think. No, you guys need to put a microscope on Southern California, all into the southern parts of Texas, closer towards the west, and Arizona, southern areas as well. So even with the Costco girl, I don't necessarily feel like the girl was telling all the truth, but I don't know if she's safe, so I can't say.
Right. Yeah, there's so much going on out there. It's ridiculous. I mean, this is why O'Quinn was literally chased out of there, because he was finding stuff they didn't want him to find. So that's why they ran him out.
And who was that?
Detective O'Quinn. Detective O'Quinn is one that came out from LA to work on my daughter's case and the other 7 cases out there. And O'Quinn is an excellent detective. He's a homicide detective. And he worked on the Gabrielle Fernandez case. He's worked on a lot of cases. He's an excellent cop.
See, the reason why they also ran him out is because he's counting.
Yeah, and I trust him. I trust him. I don't, and I'll tell police I don't trust you. I'll tell them, I don't trust you.
I think once we get in our 40s, we say things like that. We just, it is what it is.
I tell people all the time, I don't have a filter.
say I'm
I
not
don't
even
know.
in my 40s, and even before I got to my 30s, I'm so honest about things like that. I'd be like, look, I'm trying to be honest with you. I just don't trust you. And that's how
Absolutely.
I deal with my channel. I'm like, look, I don't believe anything until I know it's 100% true.
Exactly. And this is what I tell them. I said, don't take any offense to it, but
Yeah.
you haven't proven anything to me for me to trust you.
Nope.
So I don't
Exactly.
trust you.
I'm sorry, I
You
don't
know.
touch any California,
And when
California city, please.
no, absolutely not. But when I met with O'Quinn the first time, it was like I didn't get that feeling with him.
Right.
Not even from the first meeting. I didn't get that feeling with him. When I
Okay.
sat down with him, I looked at him and I felt like I I felt like he was the one. He was the one that I could trust.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him everything that I knew, and I told him that I knew. I said I can't prove it because but I'm telling you, there's something going on in Cal City with that police department. There's something going on. I can't give you hardcore proof, but I know. I'm a pretty good judge of
Yeah.
things. Yep. I said there's something going on out there. And so you know, he was very honest with me. He's just a good guy. He just cares about people, you know? And he likes his job. He likes what he does. He investigates and he gets to the bottom of things, and he was out there. And I mean, there's a Dateline uh uh video of him out there in the deserts. He's in the dirt getting, looking and searching, and he's not just telling people to go do it. And he told me, he said, look, he says, I'm going to tell you right now. He says, I'm not going to send somebody to go talk to him. I'm not going to send nobody to go pick him up. He says, I'm going to personally do it. He said, I will do it myself. He said, and that's my promise to you.
That's awesome.
So, I trust him. And he, when I seen the podcast or listened to the podcast that he was on about Devery Schiller, I cried so hard because of the things that he said about Cal City, their reactions, about the not giving a damn. We're not going to worry about the dead. We're going to worry about the live. Because my daughter's case is now really, as far as O'Quinn is concerned, the missing cases out there, which is 3, my daughter and 2 others, those are now considered murder cases. Yes, true enough, when you have missing adults, they can show up many years later. He already knows that's not the case with these ones. There's too much wrong with the cases for these just to be somebody that just walked off. So, but when he said those things, when he said that they literally have DNA from Devery Schiller's, from under Devery Schiller's nails, when she was murdered, and that has not been processed. Something's wrong. That girl died in 2016. We're in 2021. Why has that DNA not been processed? Why is it still sitting there? And that
Exactly.
DNA could potentially put her killer in jail. And he's made
Why
the
is it still
comment.
sitting there? Who has the answer to that?
Right. O'Quinn said, he said, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. That him and Devery's mom believe they know who the killer is. Almost positively. But it's not what they know, it's what they can prove in court. They need that DNA process so they can go get him. My point is, why is that DNA
Who
still
forces
sitting
them
there?
to prove?
Huh?
Right, and who forces them to process it?
Yeah. I mean, why is it? I don't know, but why isn't it? There should be no reason why that's not processed. That should have been one of the first things done. You know, not sitting here all these years later and it's just still sitting there. Come on. That should have been processed immediately. You know, and that the other cases, I don't get those either. I don't think proper investigations were ever done. And if the case was that, okay, the staff, the officers that you have there, the sworn in officers that you have there, if they're not qualified to do the investigations, then you need to seek somebody who is capable of doing those investigations. Because something's definitely wrong here. And if you, there's no reason why there should be that many cold cases sitting out there right now. But I guarantee you, they get to searching out there, they gonna find a whole lot of bodies. People that we probably don't, you never even heard of. They gonna find a whole lot of bodies out there. Because that's all Cal City, Mojave, and all this area. They're known for bodies being dumped. Little Rock, all out there. Lake LA, all these barren desert areas. That's what they do. They dump bodies. So, and these bodies don't get found unless all of a sudden somebody's out there riding their quads or God for whatever reasons going out there walking, taking a hike and stuff. I don't know why anybody would want to go in some of these areas and take hikes, but they do. And that's how they end up coming across remains and stuff like that. So I don't know. All of this just baffles me, and to have to sit up here and live this stuff for almost 10 years is horrible. I have to eat, sleep, and breathe this stuff every single day, and it's not easy.
It's ridiculous, is what it is.
It's not easy. I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. I wouldn't. In all reality, all I want is my daughter.
I can't even say how I wouldn't even be one of those people that say I know how you feel, or
Hey
I understand what you're
guys,
saying, or I understand where you're
everybody
coming
in
from,
this
because I don't.
chat,
Because I freaking don't.
everybody on here, toss some prayer hands in the chat for Cherie, just so we show her some love and what she's going through right now. So everyone throw prayer hands in the chat for me, please. Thank you.
I just want justice for my daughter. I want my daughter home. I want to see him locked up. His mama, his daddy, all of them. Anybody that wanted to help him. Anybody that's helping him now. I just want to see all of them locked up. You know, and I want her home. It's I'm the one that has to sit up here and look at her kids and raise them and know that they've had to live half of their lives without their mom, and try to keep our memories alive for them.
We
She
have
was my
13
best.
people in the chat. Can we please, or 12 people in the chat? Can you please put prayer hands? All I have is only 4 or 5 people. Can you please put
She
a
was my
prayer
best
hand?
friend.
Thank you.
My daughter was my other half. She was my best friend.
And Cherie, that's the one part I can relate with you on, is that my 22-year-old daughter is my best friend, And I couldn't
Yeah.
even imagine. Like I don't want to imagine. I don't even. I mean, I go through it with you when we talk, and we talk in our privately, and we talk in our group and stuff, and just trying to support you. And man, I never even realized until Keisha came along that prayer was so powerful. But wow,
It is. It is. I pray every day. I wake up and pray. I when I go take a drive, I pray. You know, um, before I go to sleep, I pray. I pray during the day, whenever I feel like it. Whenever I thank the Lord constantly, all throughout the day. Because if it wasn't for Him, I wouldn't be here. I would have broke by now.
you're here because you're here because you have to find justice. You have to find peace in your soul and your heart, and like for your grandbabies. You're here for a solid reason,
Yeah,
and we all love
I
you.
mean, I've told you guys before this many times I should have been dead, and I'm not. So I know He has a
No,
purpose for me.
he sure
Um,
Well,
does.
we all got you, sweetie. No matter what, I know the UWS sisters really are very, very protective of you as it is, and care deeply about you. And we're always there.
Man, I'm sorry.
it's okay. I
Mm,
have to go through this. I have to go through this because, like I said, it's some days I can go through it and I don't cry until afterwards. But there's other
yeah.
days that it just makes me cry to even talk about it. But I know I have to. You know, it helps me. It helps me heal in a sense. Um, you know, and it's hard for me to talk to my family about it because my family gets so emotional, especially my youngest sister, because her and my daughter were close, and it's like they want updates and everything like that, but at the same time, you know, when I start trying to give them updates, they just break down. It's you know,
Well,
and I
because
try to
I've
be the
already told
stronger
Gabby.
one and not break down until I get in my truck or at home or whatever. Um, because I don't know. I want to be strong for them. Like I want to be strong for my kids. I try not to cry in front of the kids. I do that when I go to bed at night or when I'm just having a hard time getting through the day. Because there's some days I just can't. I just feel like I can't do anything. It's like I can't think straight. It's like I feel like I'm in a fog. Um, and I can't. Normal things are hard for me to do some days. Just normal everyday things are hard sometimes. And I have to just kind of give myself a break. And it's like I told you the other day. When my mom went into the hospital, um, going up there visiting her at the hospital center like that, and then dealing with everything with my daughter. It was like I just told my siblings, I can't do this. I can't come up here anymore. I have to
Hmm.
take time for me to just clear my mind and everything. Um, and that's what I did. I think it was that Wednesday. I think it was that Wednesday, and
Hmm.
literally, I did nothing that day. Did absolutely nothing that day, but really rest and sleep off and on all day long, just trying to regroup myself. Because, like I said,
Because
this is every day. This is 24 hours a day. I don't sleep good at nighttime. I'm up and down. You know, all night long. And when it first happened, I was constantly up because I was constantly running in, checking on the kids. And now that they're older, I don't have to do that. But It's just I just get up and I can't I don't sleep well.
This is
So
why I think that it's good that you get up on certain panels and you talk about it. It's like, where is it going to stop? Um, is it going to stop? Probably not. But you get up here and you bring awareness, and maybe it'll touch that mom out there that says, "Oh yeah, when I'm at Target, I need to keep that kid close by me." And it's not funny when that kid runs off and goes under that clothing rack and hides from me and shit, because you don't know who the frick creeper's out there to do it. Or
exactly.
maybe it's that mom that says, "Hey, I need to watch that boyfriend a little closer because, hey, are there any red flags?" Well, there wasn't last night, but maybe there are today because I heard this
Absolutely.
story. You know,
Yep. That's
it's
why
brought a
I
lot of
got on
awareness to
my
me.
I had to say something to my nephew's wife um because she had let her kids walk to school one day. Well, I was coming around the corner. I was going to their house because they just live on the next street over from me. And so I
Yeah.
was going over there, and I can't remember what for, but I was going over to their house, and I see one of her kids trying to pull away from the oldest one, but she's like that. She's a little brat. So I love her to death, but she's a little brat, and she just pulling away and pulling away and pulling away, and just fighting with him, and he's trying to hold her hand so that they could walk together as a group, and there's four of them
Yeah.
to school. And so she had let them walk to school that day because she was dealing with the twins, and it's just kind of hard for her to load everybody up and go up. But the school's not that far. But I told her, I said, don't do that anymore. Call me, let me know so I can pick them up because I don't trust nobody around here. And if anything happens
Exactly.
to my great nieces and nephews, I'm gonna flip the hell out.
Right.
They're little. I
And
said in the exactly. And the one, if she's pulling away and she's not wanting to listen, what is it for her to actually slip out of his hand and maybe fall into the street and a car hit her or something? You know what I'm saying? So
Hi,
I
my
got all
love,
these.
Lauren. I so see you. I just didn't want to interrupt anybody, but I'm here. I hear you. I see you.
Yeah, so all these different scenarios are going through my head. And I told her, I said, look, please don't let them walk to school. I don't trust people. They have to walk past the park to get to the school. There's creepy people that be up in the park sometimes, you
You
know.
just never know. And there's pedophiles
Exactly.
all around you, even though
Exactly.
it doesn't matter. If they're registered, they still live
We have a
within 5
sex offender at the end of our
of school
street.
And
now.
also, I see Roro's in the building.
Hey, Rora.
So I would
Hi,
like to
Roro.
Peace,
say
Keish. I've seen Keisha in there too.
Keith has
hello,
been
y'all.
Much
popping
love,
Can
Roro.
every now and
you
then.
guys hear me? Hold up. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
I think I need to pop up.
If
I can't see.
Ro wants to
So
come up here,
I
I
see
can
Roro's
too.
in the building. Just want to let you know I did want to highlight you on some serious things. So if you can hit me either on my IG or my email, that will be lovely. And go ahead, you guys continue. Go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, I just I told her so this coming week, I guess she's gonna have me go over there a couple of days out of the week when she has to be to work extra early to pick the kids up and take them um to school and stuff. And then remember I told you about my niece that just had the baby. Um, we had a long discussion with her the other day because of the father. He wants to come out. He wants to come out from Washington and stay out here for a week so he can get to see his baby. And so she was asking my brother, could he stay at the house? And my brother was like, I'm not very comfortable with that. I spoke up. Oh, hell no.
Gotta feel awkward because you can't trust anybody.
No, this isn't
Yeah.
even my house, but I'm speaking up for my brother. I said, hell no. Because bottom line is, don't none of us know him? You don't know him that well. Even though you had a baby by him, you still don't know him that well. And what he needs to do if he comes out here, he needs to go get him a hotel room. He could come over, get to know the family, get to know his daughter, and at a decent time, go back to his room until the next day. He does not need to be under this roof.
Disagree with that.
Yeah, and I told her, I said, I told her, I said, the first thing, first time I hear something wrong come out of his mouth, I'm going off. Because, my brother had explained to her, well, you have a bad habit of walking around the house with him on speaker, and we've heard all the derogatory things that he has said. You're bald-headed, you're ugly, I'm going to take the baby, you're a bad mom. Well, she hadn't even had the baby yet, so how do you know she's a bad mom? She's still pregnant. And she's doing all the right things during her pregnancy. So, I mean, how do you know? You're not here. But you're making all these threats. And I told her, I said, let me tell you something. That is a form of abuse. It is the beginnings of domestic violence. I said, so I'm just letting you know, you need to keep your eyes and ears open at all times. I said, and no, you're not leaving anywhere with him. I'm sorry. I'll be in your pocket. And I mean, she's 19. She's going to be 20 soon, but I don't care.
Right.
But and even her dad said, no, it'll be supervised visits. You and that baby are not going nowhere alone with him. And if he doesn't like it, he can get back on that plane and go back where he came from.
How did she meet him if he lives all the way in Washington?
I don't even know how they met.
Please tell me it's not social media.
I have no idea, but she, I told you I had her dad send her to New Mexico to her mom, and she was still back and forth with him, and then she moved to Washington with him and his family members or whatever. Which I was very uncomfortable with that, because the mom is supposedly on drugs, and I don't know about the dad, and heard the rest of the family wasn't too good, because he made the comment that he was afraid to be a dad because of how he grew up. So that's red flags right there.
Yeah, for sure.
And so my protective nature starts coming out. And I told her, I said, look, you already know your cousin is missing because of domestic violence. I said, I'm telling you, I'm not going to allow it to happen to nobody else in this family. If there's anything I can do to stop it, I'm going to. It stops now. And she just looked at me. She was like, okay, I understand. And I was like, so he better be on his best P's and Q's when he comes out of here. I said, because I don't have a filter, and I will go off on him. I don't care. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm not here to make friends with you, or anything else. I don't know you, and until you can prove yourself to me, I don't trust you. Simple as that. You're coming into our domain, and do I think he has a right to see his daughter? Yeah. But supervise. I just feel he needs to prove himself, because, he has said some really, really horrible things to her and made threats to her. And it's like, no, that's the beginnings of domestic violence. I'm sorry. And that's what I told her. I was like, don't ever sell yourself cheap like that. Don't ever let nobody just talk to you like that and think it's okay, because it's not.
But you know what, moms? It is hard when you are in a deep relationship with somebody, or you feel like, at that age, you know, there's no that's the only person you're gonna
It's
be
hard, right? It's hard at that age, but see, that's where I've been through that. I've been through that already. But see, I'm 63 years old now, so this is why I'm so hard on her, because I've been through that. I know what the signs are, and so this is why I try to tell her. I understand it's hard, but you have. It's like I told her the other day. That baby that you holding in your arms right now, that's what's important. Don't nothing else matter.
Right, of course.
That baby, you have to protect her at all costs, and by protecting yourself, you're protecting her. I said, and also you don't want your daughter to grow up thinking that a man could talk to you any old kind of way and treat you any old kind of way. And if you have you have to try to find a way to get away, because it's not going to get any better. It's only going to get worse, because it starts with verbal and degrading, and it goes on to physical, and you're already mental, emotional. This all is, you know what I'm saying? It's all abuse.
All of it is.
Yeah. And so this is what I was trying to explain to her the other day. You have to understand this. And don't let anybody make you feel less than you are.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I've been there. And it wasn't a good place to be. But I was there because I was already suffering. I was already in a dark place, because my daughter's father had passed away. And at that point, I really didn't care about nothing. You know?
To that point, yeah.
Yeah. And so what I had to do was I had to love myself again, and I had to start caring for me again in order to be able to fight that fight. And I did that. And I refuse to let anybody, I'd rather be by myself, old and gray, with my damn dog, than to sit up and deal with some man thinking he'd talk to me or treat me any old kind of way.
Exactly. But you got to that point.
Yep.
You got to that point where you were like, I deserve better than this. Why should I be treated this way?
Hang it up in the closet. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I told her. I said, I understand you're young. You're only 19, about to be 20. But, you know, this is your first baby. I had my first child when I was 17. I was married at the age of 16.
Whoa. Okay.
You know, my husband, the only reason why we didn't stay together is because really we married too young. We never argued. There was just some other issues that were going on that, you know, I mean, he never mistreated me or anything like that. It was just responsibility issues that I couldn't handle, because I was far more mature than he was. So there was just things I couldn't deal with anymore, having a child, you know what I'm saying? So I'm the one that called it off.
Correct.
But at the same time, when my daughter's father and I, we were together for 12 years. He died when she was 6.
Wow. Yeah, I heard that. Right.
And again, we never argued. We discussed things. And this is what I tried to tell her. That's what grown folks do. I grew up in a whole nother era that wasn't the domestic violence. I didn't grow up around that kind of stuff. I didn't grow up around racism until my stepmother came into the picture. You know what I'm saying? So that was all new to me. Domestic violence was new to me when it happened to me. You know? Right. So it's just, you know, you have to be strong, and you have to have the mindset to love yourself enough not to allow it to happen, to know that you're better than that. And I know that even I did it. You know, I fell short and I allowed it to happen for a little while. But eventually you got to get out of it, because otherwise you're going to either be so badly emotionally hurt of no return, you know what I'm saying? Or you're going to end up dead.
Yes. You have to.
That, you know, and it might not even be intentional. It might be that he's just beating you until the, you know, and doesn't realize, because he's out of his mind at that point. Maybe it wasn't he didn't kill you intentionally, but he killed you. It don't matter.
He was so upset at that moment. So upset at that moment.
Exactly.
And that's why I said, you know, sometimes you gotta step back from certain situations.
Absolutely.
Keish, would you like to come up and say a prayer? That's what I'm hearing word around the YouTube streets.
Oh, she says beautiful prayers.
If you would love to come up, go ahead and come up. I've dropped the link. Let's go ahead and do this. I do not mind. Over here, everybody can speak what's on their mind.
You know, nowadays there's too much of this domestic violence going on. There's too much violence, period.
Oh, way too much. Way too much. From what I dealt with, like, sometimes I'd be like, maybe I would just go back into that situation to just, you know, make it better for my son. But sometimes I'm like, dude, I dealt with a lot. Like,
right.
A lot. Like, I don't even believe I've dealt with half the things I dealt with. Like, I was to the point where I literally hated myself. Didn't want to look in the mirror. Nothing. Just was over it. And I'm like, dang, a person can really get you that down about yourself. And it's not right.
Yep.
Because all I did to that person was try to bring them up.
They make you question your own self.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like,
they make you question your own self. Yeah. And doubt your own self. And yeah,
it's sad. It's not only sickening, it's sad. I just want to let you know that you have, not even over here, but I've seen you multiple platforms before I even started doing what I was doing. You have a family online. If you don't feel like you have people on the outs, you can always come and speak to any of us, and we are all here for you.
I appreciate that.
I know anybody that's on my platform, if that's not what you're about, this is not the channel. This is not for you. If you cannot stand by people on this platform that needs us to be there for them, right? If you cannot be there for the people I'm okay with bringing up on here, this is not the channel for you. And I'm sorry, because whatever she's going through, we all need to be here for her. And let me get myself off this avatar, because I don't even feel right doing that. We all need to be here for her. Stand by her, okay? She didn't have to come tell her story while we're dealing with looking for these boys that I've cried for. Amari, I've cried for. All these little kids, I've cried for.
Me too.
Summer, I've cried for. And do you know I got so much backlash for crying for a little girl because she's Caucasian? I've had people from over in Tennessee. You're a ghetto N-I-G-G-A-E. I mean, N-I-G-G-A. I can't do the E-R, but you know, you get it. And it's just like, we don't need you over here helping us. And I'm just like, are you serious? People are to have people from over here. You're a ghetto N-I-G-G-A-E. I mean, N-I-G-G-A. Somebody's echoing. Keisha, you're echoing, my love. Go like this when you got one off. You good? All right. Here we go. We got Keisha in the building.
Hey, Keish.
Hello.
Hey, Keish.
Hey, y'all. How y'all doing?
All right.
So y'all already know what I'm about.
Yes, let's do it.
Prayer. So, Lord, we thank you right now. Lord, I thank you for everyone that's here and supporting, Lord Jesus. Lord, I ask that you come right now, Lord, touch the minds, the souls, the hearts, Lord. You hear the tears, you see the tears, you see the hurt, Lord. Lord, you say when we cry out to you, Lord, you are in the midst. Lord, where one or two are gathered, you are in the midst. Lord, I'm just asking you right now to just touch, Lord. Touch the bios of the boys, Lord. Touch Sherry Smith, daughter, Lord. You see the situation. You know how long it's been going on, Lord. These was your children before they were theirs, Lord. So you know all things, Lord Jesus. Lord, we know it all come in time, and Lord, I just thank you for the people you removed off the case of the boys, Lord, and the people that you put on, Lord, because the people that you put on, Lord, are helping, Lord. And we just thank you for EquiSearch, Lord. When they come and help, Lord, we just thank you. They're going to find so much, Lord, and we know you was in the midst of that, Lord. We've been praying and praying, Lord, and I just thank you, Lord, for everything that you're doing. Lord, it seems like it might seem like it's not working, Lord, but we know everything is in your time. And Lord, we speak life. Lord, I speak life. I stand in the gap for all the missing, Lord Jesus. Lord, and I just thank you, Lord. I stand in the gap right now, Lord. You see, Lord, you know. Lord, can't nobody bring these giants down but you, Lord Jesus. And we asking you, Lord, to break these chains, Lord. Break this corruption, Lord. Bring our kids home, Lord. Lord, just strengthen us, Lord, for whatever's going to happen, Lord, I ask that you give us all strength. Lord, touch the bio dads, Lord. Strengthen them, Lord. Strengthen their mind, Lord. Let them cry out to you, Lord, in prayer. Lord, touch Ryan's mind. We don't know what she's going through on the closer, Lord, but we know she going through something, Lord. These was her children, Lord. No matter what happened in the situation, they were still the bio dads and the mom's child, Lord. So we ask that you give them strength, Lord, the strength that they need, Lord, for whatever's subject to happen, Lord. We know you able, Lord. We know you can do all things. All things. Ain't nothing too hard for you, Lord. Ain't nothing too hard for you, Lord. And I just thank you, and I stand for justice for these boys. Lord, I pray whatever happened to Sherry Smith, daughter, Lord, that she's found, Lord, to bring closure to this mom, Lord Jesus, no matter what, Lord. And in Jesus' name I pray, and I thank God. I thank him right now, Lord. I thank you in advance right now for what you finna do, Lord. Show up and show out, because I know what you can do. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Yes.
Amen.
Yes. Yes. That's what we're talking about. Yes, most definitely. Anytime you feel like you want to come on here and just, shed a little bit of light, prayer, don't feel afraid. You can always hop up. I'm very open to everyone's.
I appreciate it.
Yes,
I'm just the prayer one. I can't stand on prayer, because I know what God can do. He done too much for me.
Oh,
He's no prospective person. No matter what you done, whatever, I know what he can do. So don't think that you're alone, Sherry. Ro and all them know they not alone. You know what I'm saying? So Sherry, don't think that you're alone, but because you're not. You can always reach out to me. I'll pray when I
love you, girl.
might not feel like praying, but I'll still pray for you. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm going through my own stuff. But I know at the end of the day, can't nobody do it like God.
Oh, no. Oh, no, nobody can.
Amen.
So, I'm not the most, I don't have a religion like everyone knows, but I do believe in a higher power. And the only reason why I say that is because I do not want to choose a certain religion, because I don't feel like God is going to say, because you were this, because you were that. No, as long as you're serving your God as you are supposed to in your religion, I still feel like you are serving the higher power.
We hear all our prayers, believe me.
Exactly.
No religion.
Everybody. No
prayer is free. He hear the drug addicts prayer when they pray for their drugs. He hear the drunks prayer. So we have no respective person for nobody. It don't matter if you Pentecostal, whatever you want to call yourself. I'm denominational, and I stand for God, and that's all I stand for. And I don't know nothing else to do but pray.
Amen.
In my own situation,
what else can we do?
So we have to learn how to speak life over what seems like the worst. You got to speak life. You can't keep being negative and saying, why this, why that. Forget the whys and let's pray on it. That's what you got to do. You got to change the game.
Right.
And not lead to your own understanding, but lead to God. Because He's going to guide you and He's going to lead you in where you need to be, and He's going to put the right people in your presence.
Exactly. At the right time. People want to rush things. No. He knows when and where, because if he gives you certain things at certain times, you may blow it. He knows right when and where to place people and things in your life for it to work out in your favor.
I know sometimes, not to get on God or whatever, but when I get to talking about God, I can't stop. I know sometimes I be like, Lord, why are you taking so long, Jesus? We ain't supposed to ask him why.
No, don't ask him no questions. He got your back.
Right, but sometimes your flesh will flare up and you be like, Lord, why? I know I should be asking why, but why is taking so long? Why this happened to me? Everything happens for a reason.
Absolutely.
The boys' case, we couldn't get EquiSearch out here for the boys. But God showed another way, touched another person, and EquiSearch is coming. So when EquiSearch comes for them, it's coming for everybody. It don't matter if your baby's been gone for 20 years. They might be the one found. You know? Yeah. So we don't know. We just got to keep praying and keep praying. You know, I'm praying that we don't have to keep praying for the boys every 21st of the month. I'm praying that chain be broken before December, and if it's God's will. That's all I can say. If it's his will.
Right. Amen. And if it is his will, it will be done. Like I'm starting to, there were like boundaries that I did not want to break of information that I have found out throughout this case. But I feel like the person that told me that they put that information out there, for some reason, I'm feeling like it wasn't put out there. So within this whole thing, I feel like it should be said, and if it hasn't been said, it should be looked into.
Well, because I mean, if it's something that needs to be said, I don't think it needs to be said to the right person.
Exactly. Exactly why I'm not doing it like this, because
everybody ears. Everything is not for everybody ears. We got a lot
of. It'll get exploited, and it'll be. I said this, and then I said that, and then this and that, and I've already been threatened, and that's why I haven't said anything.
So the main person to go to is Roro. You know,
and I just want to ask her a few questions, and that's why I told her to hit me up.
Once she want to put it out there, then she will. But most likely, we all on silence right now. We got a lot of stuff going on behind closed doors that people will be like, "Wow, what? Are you serious?" Yeah, but it ain't for everybody's ears.
It's not, and it's definitely not. And I've been invited to things, but I have also been threatened if I went certain things. So that's why I kind of, in my very first video, I said I was going to step off from the case and I wasn't going to deal with the case at all because of the threats that were coming my way.
Yeah, and I pray that you be safe. You know what I'm saying? Put safety around you, because this YouTube stuff can go into a mess at times.
Get messy.
So the haters is out there, whatever the case may be. You just got to be safe and work in silence. Don't let everybody know what you're doing.
Right.
Exactly.
So
I'm gonna get off of here, y'all. You know, I just had to come pray, because if you call me to pray, I'm gonna come.
Thank you, Keisha.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going back.
Always welcome. Always welcome. Know that.
All right. Love you too.
Good night, Keisha.
She has the best prayers.
Yes. I mean, when you can feel it, you know it's real, right?
Sure does.
Yep.
If you don't feel it, you're kind of like, hey. When you feel it, you know it's real.
Absolutely.
So.
Absolutely.
Let's see. You guys can go ahead. I'm doing some other things, looking at emails. So I do want to talk to you, Cherie, though, so we can kind of do a timeline and put some pressure on them, because honestly, it's been too long, and I feel like it's a game now to them. It's a game. It's been looked at, like pushed to the side, and I don't feel like that's right. So, okay, this is what I need.
Well, I know when I had when I went in to give that information in 2015, I went in with thinking that one detective was going to be there, and he wasn't. He was no longer there. I was never notified. And so the detective that was there at the time, he told me he didn't know nothing about the case. you know? And so I had to sit there and run it down to him. And then he was like, well, let me go run his name. And that's when he came back, told me that the warrant expired and he was no longer on parole. And I'm just like, but I have a feeling that the reason why Department of Corrections never knew about this warrant is because it wasn't properly entered in the National Crime Base database. And that would be another issue with California City PD not doing their jobs. So, and it just keeps going back to them. No matter how you look at it, in any one of these cases, you look back, it goes back to them. Incompetent. Don't care. I don't know what else to call it.
Do you feel like it's really like their money issue, or do you feel like since they're all kind of in this together that they're just like making the money they're making, chilling, and whatever comes along, if it's easy, they'll go for it. If it's not, they're not really trying to look into it.
Well, I'll say like this. Do I think there's probably money issues out there? There probably is.
Not issues, and they're not. When I say money issues, I'm saying like they're trying to keep their money within and not dish it out towards, things that they feel like, okay, this is
I think what it is it's an issue with mismanagement of funds within the city. Therefore, the department doesn't get what they're supposed to get. But I don't think there's any qualified officers out there besides Brandenburg right now.
Okay.
Maybe Hayes, because Detective O'Quinn told me he was legit. I didn't have to worry about him. But the rest of them, so with the rest of them, I think they're just basically extremely incompetent. I think they just don't give a damn.
Right. Honestly. It's not their family, so they don't care. If it was one of their family members, they would be on it like that. They would have everybody on it.
If it was their family members, it'd be a whole different story.
Completely different story. Completely different story.
Yeah, but because it's not, and I mean, you have all these different cases out there. Now, the girl that was murdered, Devery, that's a white girl. How come her case ain't solved? You know what I'm saying? The dude that was stabbed to death, laying next to his girlfriend. How come his case ain't solved? She was laying right next to him in the bed while he's being stabbed. That makes no sense.
Let me show you some more cases. I have so many cases in here. It's ridiculous.
None of these cases make any damn sense to me. I'm sorry. It's just literally a lack of all the way across. Jobs. To me, it's a lack of doing their jobs properly.
Like there's this whole family missing from Escondido, from San Diego and up. Like I have so many cases. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Riverside. And I mean, this little girl was gone missing since 2017. They have updated pictures of her. And what made me mad, the boys, they didn't even have update. This is Riverside. She should be now for this. I have so many cases if I go like this. These are all from Southern California all the way up to Bakersfield that I just can scroll and scroll and scroll and just keep going. It's crazy to me. And it's so many that I'm like, and a lot of them are siblings. Sorry. So we have, this is in Santa Ana. We have, this is Henry, and this is Jordy. They both went missing, and they're not found still. So he's missing since July of 2008, July 2008. siblings going missing on the same day. Why? And it's all within this area. It's siblings missing on the same day is what I don't get. So this was on.
It's something deeper than we know.
It is something deeper. And I mean, Gutierrez. It's two little girls. Both of them are. It's Aylin, Aylin, and her sister, Arantza, Atranza, whatever. I don't know how to say it, but they both went missing on the same day. January 25th, 2017. January 25th, 2017. These other two went July 25th, 2008. July 25th, 2008. Siblings, all within this Southern California area. Multiple. I have so many in my phone that I can't even get through them all, and they're all siblings missing on the same day. How does this happen?
Exactly.
There's something going on that we just don't know about, and it needs to be figured out.
Yep.
It's all a money thing, and I think so. And I have counselors that are helping me out through like my whole criminal justice, because I'm trying to mix both with my criminal justice, my journalism, like everything I want to mix together. And I do want to help kids in trafficking and things like that. But she's like, dude, I was doing that at first. And she's like, I had to step away. And she's like, now there's a lot of people that they're looking for that are both male and female African Americans to step into FBI agent positions, to step into these positions because they're not represented in those communities. And they feel like that's the reason why a lot of people are getting away with certain things, because they're only letting their people be, not their people like in a certain race, but just that are in this this trafficking ring, I'll call it.
Right.
They don't want anybody else in there because they'll go against what's going on and it's going to mess up things.
Yep.
So it's deep. It's not just Southern California. It's right there in Arizona. It's right there at the tip of Texas. It goes all along where the bordering states go to Mexico are the most easiest ones for them to target. Not saying that those are the only, because they do ship them overseas as well. So if you don't find the kids right then and there, most likely they're not even here anymore. I feel like we are looking for these boys, and either they are where I think what happened, or either they're completely somewhere else. They're not even where we're looking. So to me, it's one or the other. It's just a lot, man. And I don't think kids should have to deal with this, but it's the times we're living in, and people that pay for these types of things. I think they're going after murderers and things like that. They should have the same sentence as going after these children for the purposes they're going after. To me, you're murdering a child. You're taking their life. You're taking their innocence. You're taking everything.
Yep.
To me, it's the same thing. To me. I mean, some people could probably say maybe that's a little too harsh, but nah. Because they don't have a choice.
I think any crime against a child should be punished to the highest extent of the law. Period.
Yep.
You know, because that's a child is somebody who hasn't even had a chance in life yet. Exactly. And when you do things to them, you take away their innocence. You take away everything, you know, from them. I mean, they become completely lost, and they don't, you know, they don't know who to trust anymore. They've been abused and neglected, or sexually abused, or whatever, you know. I don't even understand. I don't even understand how anybody could sexually abuse a child, because I'm like, you're an adult. What the hell do you get out of it? That's a child.
They're sick.
You know, it's just, that's a sick freaking mind, and a person like that needs to be locked away for life.
Yes.
Go put them on.
Because they don't know what's going on.
Yeah, go put them on some.
It's normal.
Yeah, go put them on a little island by themselves somewhere.
Oh my
Ain't
God!
that what you always say? You always say that.
I always say that. Give them their own
Yeah,
little
go
island
put them on a
to
damn island by themselves somewhere, secluded, where they can't come back.
Yes,
Can't,
yes.
you know.
Agree, 100%.
Yeah, like a leper.
I've been telling Naomi that. I said they need to just give them their own little island, do whatever the hell you want to do on that island, and they can't come back.
Go molest each other. Leave the kids alone.
Do whatever you want to do. Just leave them alone. Leave all these innocent children alone.
Right? If y'all kill each other, then you kill each other. Who cares? There ain't no loss to society. That's for damn sure.
Yep. It's crazy.
That's so funny. You guys said the same.
I don't know what they get out of it. I mean,
I don't either. I can't comprehend. I can't wrap my mind around that. It's like children are to be protected and loved and guided, and how do you do something so disgusting and cruel to them like that?
And I know this is going to be TMI, but I was young at the time, and it was another little girl, and dang, this should be for story time because this one's deep. I don't know if I could fully tell this one, but I'll tell a little bit of it. But she was being touched by her father. And I was probably maybe, I don't know if I was a year or two older than her, but I knew it was wrong. And she kept acting like it was okay. And I kept telling her, no, that's not right. And she was just kind of like, yeah, it is. But I don't know if I was 2 years older than her. Could have been 3. I don't know. But we were kind of the same age. I know she was younger than me. But when she was telling me about it and trying to introduce me to it, I was like, wait, no. Like, that's your dad. But her dad had been, from my understanding, it was my best friend that just passed away not too long ago. It was her cousin, but she hung around us because we were all together. And she would just tell us like the things her dad would do to her and, trying to do stuff to us. And I'd be like, yo, and she's like, no, daddy said, and I'm just like, whoa. And I was trying to explain to her that was wrong, but I don't think she got it. I think that I don't really know what happened to her mother, if her mother was in drugs or what happened, but I don't think she had the mother in the situation and she was traveling with her father. It's a lot to it. I'll just, you know what? When I get my join button, I'm going to have story times because I got a lot of story times, but I only want to share that with like certain people. But no, I feel like she did not think anything was wrong, but I don't think she had the knowledge to even feel like it would be wrong. I don't know if am I making sense? Like,
yeah,
he started too young with her.
She's probably bred into it. Yeah, she was bred into it.
So she never, like, what I was telling her was like, she was confused that I was saying that was wrong. She's like, what? Like,
it was natural to her.
And she would tell me, no, he makes me feel good. And I was just like, wait, no. And I at this time I was still young, so I didn't know about sex, but I knew what she was saying was just not right.
It wasn't right. Yep.
And so I would try to explain to her. When I get my joint button, we'll get deep because some things were happening and I was just like, whoa, like, girl, that's gonna have to be one I write down and tell, because I never thought I would tell that story, but it just came up because I was like, maybe people don't know.
It's when they were he started with her very young, so she didn't know the difference.
Yep.
And as a matter of fact, he probably treated her as he was. If the mom wasn't around, he probably treated her like she was his girl. So she didn't know the difference.
Yeah.
And that's sad because he's a pedophile.
Yep.
I don't care if he just did her or not, but I I believe he probably did more
But
than her.
you know that there are cases out there where they had the mom breeding and then they start the kid from the time they were born. It's disgusting.
That's what it seemed like to
But you
me.
never know how long.
And I'll go into depth with that like later on, like actual situations that I never know how to deal with, and I never even told anybody as I got older because it happened when I was so young. But now thinking about it, and now that I'm really into a lot of things that I am, I'm like, dude, like if I were older then to know what was going on, like because I said something to the grandmother, but she kind of like shooed me like I wasn't like, you know, like whatever, what are you talking about? And I don't know if she knew what her brother was doing, because I believe it was her brother, the grandmother's brother. So I don't know if she knew or what, because I was so young. She probably thought like, shut up, what are you talking about? She could have known, she could have not. But that little girl, I felt like when she would be how she was, even though she was younger than me, like obviously like kind of younger than me, she was so aggressive that I felt like her father was like he had to have groomed her.
Yeah.
Be in the role that she was, because she was playing the role of but it was weird because when we would play outside and stuff, she acted like a little kid. But I remember the first time she was like, I gotta go to the bathroom, like doing that type of stuff. And I don't know what we were playing, but I was like, oh, I'll take her to the bathroom. That's the first time I noticed it. And that's when she grabbed me, and I was like, you know, what are you doing? She was like, help me. And she had like the little snappy thingies on, the middle snaps.
Yeah.
And so I was helping her take her snaps on, and she like grabbed my hand and tried to put my hand. And I was like, little girl. And she was like, Daddy said, and I was just like, I walked out the bathroom and I told her cousin, I was like, you need to go get your cousin. So that's the first time that had happened. And then I would just notice little things of her that she would do with her dad around the house. And I would like nudge my friend, but I don't know. It was like no one was seeing what I was seeing, or they were seeing it. And I don't know.
Turning a blind eye. That's why.
No, you couldn't have turned a blind eye. It wasn't a blind eye. It was like
blind eye, meaning that they were seeing.
But my friends were my age. I don't know if my friends knew, but I didn't say anything to the adults. Well, the only thing I said to the grandmother was I was asking like who he was to her, because her dad, even though she was young, our age, he looked like he could have been maybe her great grandfather, but it was really her dad.
Oh wow!
So I was like, you know, asking that type of
blind eye. I was talking as far as the blind eye. I was talking about the adults in her surroundings.
No, I get what you're saying, but I didn't know. I knew it was her dad, but I thought it was her dad as in her grandfather acting as her dad, but it was her actual dad.
Dang.
But he was so old that he could have been her grandfather. Like he was at least in his late 50s, early 60s. And she was probably like, I was probably like 8-ish. So she was probably like 5, 6, maybe. I don't know. And when I would tell the adults, they would be like, you know, like I was tripping. And I'm like, I'm not tripping. So I don't know. I do thank you, Sheree, for opening up, even though, I mean, you probably were like, who is this girl? Who is this girl on here talking?
No, it's all right.
I do thank you for, you know, opening up, and I do want to talk to you some more because I do want to go over some timelines, and I do, if you would allow me to, push more for you.
Absolutely.
And also in my classes, I asked my counselor, because I was like, look, I want them to where I can like, because she knows how I am, and me and her like have taken a lot of the same classes. And I'm like, I want them to where I could like push and like have a reason to do it, because I have to do it for school. So like when I'm actually pushing for you, it's like, no, I could do this because it's a part of, So I just want to build a like legit timeline. I know we were kind of going over it, but it's too much going on. I want to get it down to where it's like, and see some other things that we could look into that I'm not really going to talk to, not on here,
All right.
And see how far we can go. And I know people say, okay, they'll do this, they'll do that. But I do want to follow up with you, because I'm having this ongoing battle. And I'm not saying I want it to be a battle with you guys. Cal City, I love you guys. Bakersfield, I love you guys. California, I love you guys. I don't want it to be a battle. When I'm asking you guys just public information, all I'm asking for is just answers where I can find my answers, anything. But hanging up on me is not professional, number one. Number two, it just shows the lack of compassion towards the situations people are actually dealing with. And I'm not trolling. I'm really trying to get answers. I really would like if you guys would not hang up on me or put me on hold for 2 to 3 hours, because I've legitly been on hold for 4 hours straight. Didn't hang up, continued to be on my laptop, and I just wanted to see how long you guys were going to take it. But I was on hold for 4 hours. So I'm not doing this as a game. I'm not doing this as for clout. I'm not doing this for anything other than to find answers on what's going on in my state that I live in. And I'll do it for any other state as well. So all I'm asking is for an answer, if that's not too hard, for someone to talk to. And I will be following up with Miss Cherie to ask her some questions. And I will be giving you guys a call, not in a manner like that, just out of respect. And if we could have a decent conversation. That's all. So I just want to let them know that. And I don't know. Yes, I did. Yes. Make this go viral. 4 hours. I waited for 4 hours on the 2 little boys that I did after Classic and Sincere. Classic and Sincere, I did a little bit over 3 hours, almost 4 hours on hold. And there was no, it would be like click in, click out, play some more music. I've tried, guys. I tried to do anything to help people out. And people think it's just a game or YouTube is just this. No. I know people act like they go out and they do this and they do that. No, I really do try to get the answers I can. When I can, I have a child as well. And I do try and I do push and I do ask. I don't have all the means to do it. They'll be like, oh, well, you can go on this side and pay for this. But honestly, I can fast track it and pay for stuff. And if I had it, I would. But I don't have to do that because it's public information. And it's a lot of public information that they do not want to give me. I'm not asking personal information about these children or anything that they cannot give me. I'm asking information just to figure out how can these siblings go missing, 2 Black boys. And then the other 2 were 2 Hispanic siblings are the ones that I've been pressing. There's other ones I've called about, and every time it's either hold on, I'm going to link you with this person, I'm going to connect you with this person. I'll either go to a voicemail, the voicemail will tell me to call another number, put this extension in, go to another link. I'll do that. I'll be on there forever. Then they'll send me to something that's playing me music forever. So all I'm saying is I'm trying, and that's all I can do. So I'm going to wrap this up.
I was going to say something, but she already jumped off. Sherry.
Wait, did Sharif pop off? Sharif.
Yeah,
There she goes. No, she's there.
Oh, okay.
My finger keeps hitting something.
I didn't want to interrupt Naomi, but I wanted to say happy early birthday to your daughter. I know that she's going to be 40 on the 23rd of this month. So everybody throw up a...
Can we sing her? No, actually, Cherie, if you could come on here, I would like to have a birthday party on my channel for her.
That would be cool.
On that day, and like, I know it sounds corny, but we're gonna sing her happy birthday.
That sounds amazing.
I'm gonna go get her a cake or cupcakes, whatever, because it's by myself and I don't really. I'll get her a cupcake. I'm gonna light it. We're gonna sing happy birthday. We're gonna do the whole 9. And please email me so I can get your phone number and we can set up a time. We're gonna do that because I'm gonna say at this time I'm going to put it on my IG and everything that everybody's gonna come in here. And you can let your family know about it. I just want positive things said about her. We're going to sing happy birthday. I'm going to light it. Me and you are going to blow it out together because I know you can't do it. But we're going to set up a time for us to come and we are going to sing happy birthday to Desiree. Okay?
Thank you.
So,
and I seen somewhere in the chat.
You could either have a cake or a birthday candle.
She
blows out the cake. You could blow out the candle together. So
Shay's said something in here about 420 TV. Yeah, he can
what happened?
It's been doing that.
So wait, I'm trying to see what day that is. It's on the The 20 what?
The 23rd.
September 23rd, right?
Yes.
That's my cousin's birthday.
Oh, wow.
I want to see what time she wants to come in because I'm going to set it up. And I want you to post it. Everybody I can get to post it. We're going to come on here, sing happy birthday for her. I would get a cake, but nobody in my house is going to eat it because we don't eat sweets. So I am going to get a cupcake that my son can eat. But I'm going to put, how old is she going to be? 40, right?
40.
Her 40th birthday. I'm going to get either a 4 or a 40. Put it on there. I might get, you know what? I might get a smash cake. I'm going to make my son probably do it. Yeah. And make him get smash caked with it September 23rd. I want to find a date for her. A time for her. And we all do it. Is 420 back in here? Hey, Tay-Tay. Faith, I love Faith. Like, I love the fact that she just popped up and was like, hey, boo. Like,
yeah.
I just love the community. That is just awesome. Faith, why do I see sad faces, my love? So 420 needs some love. Wait, what's going on? Call me.
You're saying something about 420. I'm talking.
Here goes Cherie.
Cherie was saying about 420.
Cherie. Yeah.
Cherie. Real quick, Mama. So the 23rd is going to be on my Thursday. Do you want to can we please do it on her birthday?
Yeah.
Okay, what time is good for you? Because you're in Cali, right?
Yeah.
What time do you want to set it up? I'm gonna actually really get a cake. Not a cake, but a cupcake. Because I'm not gonna eat it. So
I'm trying to think. Thursdays. I can make time at any time.
So can we do it around anytime after 3, 4, 5, 6? Which one?
Any one of those is fine.
What do you think, you knew? Because I want everybody to be involved.
You know I'm down whenever.
Like 4?
That's cool.
That's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. September 23rd, we're coming here for her 40th birthday. And just to get her name spelled right, because I have it spelled right, but I spelled it Desiree. D-E.
D-E-S-I-R-E-E.
Okay, so I have it right. D-E-S-R-I.
No, D-E-S-I-R.
Okay, so I had it right the first time. Okay. D-E-S-I-R-E-E. So I'm going to get that. I'm going to get the 40th candle. We're all going to be here. We're going to sing happy birthday. Does she have a favorite song or anything? Like, because I know I can't say it, but we're going to sing that. Okay, we're going to get it over here.
What about her favorite color? So we can all throw hearts up there with that color.
Her favorite colors are purple and red.
Purple and red. Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody, we're gonna be throwing up purple and red hearts for.
And I'm gonna make a banner for make this go viral. Everybody that I know in here, I'm gonna make a banner so you guys can post it on yours. We're gonna come in here and we're gonna give Desiree a birthday party. Period. She's having her 40th birthday party. So I'm gonna go out and get the cake, or I'm gonna get her a smash cake. I don't want to get a cupcake. I'm gonna get her a smash cake. Does she have like characters or something she like? Because I kind of want to make it special.
Her favorite character is Marvin the Martian.
Who's that?
Yeah, I never heard of that one.
He's a Looney Tune character. Marvin the Martian.
Marvin the Martian. Hold on, let me see.
If I can't find that, I'm just gonna do purple and red. I've never heard of that.
Yes, her favorite character is Marvin the Martian.
Or even if I have to print it up.
There's this thing.
That's him.
Oh, I can have him printed up. I'm gonna have him printed up. Okay, Marvin Martian. I'm gonna have him printed up on the cake, and I might have the cake be. Is it okay if I have the cake be red and green?
That's fine.
Okay. So I might have that, and then have because I'm only getting a small smash cake, 40th birthday. We'll just come in here and we'll sing, happy birthday. We're gonna do it at.
A picture of it.
Okay, thank you. So do you want to do it at 4 p.m. or 5 p.m.? When do you think everybody will be able to be involved?
Probably.
Because we're 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think 4 will be good.
I think so.
I think 4 will be good. So we will talk about that more. Go ahead and email me. I'm going to send you my personal number.
Okay.
And the day before, I'm going to go get it so I could already have it in my refrigerator. We'll already have everything ready. I may even design in here a little bit. I don't know yet. We'll see what's going to go on. But we're going to have her a birthday party because she deserves her 40th birthday to be lit, because that's what we're going to do. And I'm here for you, and I will help you as much as I can. I'm only me, but I am a little bit irritating, so I can press people's buttons so they can listen to me. So we're going to try it. Make this go viral says 4 should be, that's 7. Okay, so she should be good as well. Jeanette says, I'm not arguing, just telling you the fact that the boys are missing, but the lack of pictures says yes. We do definitely need more pictures of the boys. There's nothing we can do. Jennifer says 6. I don't know what 6 means. If anything, if she means 6 p.m., she can catch the replay. But I want everybody from our side to the east to be able to catch it. And if we do it at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, they'll be getting it at 8 o'clock. If I do it at 6, it'll be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Jennifer is in Bakersfield.
Okay, so
she gets off. I think she gets off at that time. I think.
Okay, we're not gonna do it at 6, Jennifer. We're gonna do it so the whole country can see it. So you can catch or you can just come in and like peep in. I don't care. I'll enter you in, and we won't even yell loud, so you won't get in trouble if you're at work. So we're gonna do this for Desiree, and that's just it. I'm already putting it up on here.
That's going to be 6 o'clock my time, and Miss V's is 7 o'clock. There is no 8.
Yep. So I'm going to already go to the bakery because I want them to have it exactly. Now that I know the picture it is. Now I know who Marvin the Martian is. We're going to have him. I'm going to have him on the cake. I don't know. I want to make something cute. So we'll see. And I just want you to know that you're not alone, okay?
Thank you.
And I don't want you to ever get depressed where you feel like you're alone. If you ever feel that way, like I said, after you email me, you will have my number. Don't feel that way. Because I've literally felt to the point where I was just done at this young age. Yes. And don't. Okay? You're fighting for your daughter. You don't know she could still be out there in a whole other country. She may not even know our language anymore. That's how much they hypnotize them. But I guarantee if she sees you and you keep putting yourself out there, she will see. That's my mom. I know her from somewhere. Our memories do not leave us. Okay? You know what you feel at heart, but we're not going to think that way. Okay? So I love you. Everybody on this channel loves you. And if they don't, guess what?
Yeah, I was going to send her some hugs and kisses.
Everybody, I need purple and red hearts in the building right now. Purple and red hearts in the building right now.
Everybody.
Right now. Purple. I got 12 people in the building. I need 12 people. Even if you've never said anything, post 1 or 2, a purple and a red heart. And I thank you guys so much for joining this live. I know we were talking about another situation, but another topic came up that has been in the works for now almost 10 years, and we need to start making a difference, okay? And I thank you, Shay. I thank you, Faith. I thank all of you guys. I think you make this go viral. And you know what? I do not know this young lady, but I have a sensitive heart, and I'm not going to make myself cry. So, Jennifer, thank you. We will be back on the 23rd of September to show her love. And I will be making multiple banners, sending them out, because we're going to be here celebrating with Miss Cherie, her daughter's 40th birthday. We don't know where she is. She could be here with us, watching us, not even knowing, or with us in spirit. But we will honor her. Okay, guys?
Thank you.
I love all of you guys. Please email me so we can talk about it. And I love all of you guys. Bye.
Bye. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. God bless.
Good night.